welcome back, everyone, to the Land of Sundered Crowns. So, on the last session, you guys joined Arcanist Trovalin and Vincent Goldman in the examination chamber of the Tower of Arcanel in the capital city of Vanya. During the examination of Wander, Trovalin was able to glean a few things about the nature of your construct friend. However, as I'm sure you recall, the examination was interrupted when he tried to follow an extraplanar tether that seemed to act as a trigger, if you like, for the appearance of a large number of demonic entities and a sundering of the magical circle. With you guys holding back the demons and Vincent and Trovalin manipulating the controls of the magical circle, you were able to restore the reality of this chamber and banish them. In the aftermath, Trovalin told you a little of what he had gleaned about Wander's nature, and you now stand in the chamber with the last remnants of battle fading away. As you guys are kind of recovering a little bit and starting to get yourselves back together as you talk, do any of you have any questions or anything you want to say to Trovalin?
Could you remind me of the stuff that he's already told us about Wander?
So specifically what he was able to tell you is that Wander's body, though parts of it follow what is apparently as close to standard practice as things get in the arcane world for arcane constructs. There are portions of his body that are familiar enough to Trovalin that they could have been forged in some of the towers of Vanya, as far as he is aware. The principles that went into their construction are very, very familiar. However, other parts of him seem to have very little connection to those. From everything that Trovalin can tell, Wander's body should not be animate. Therefore, the motive power and certainly the consciousness that as Wander and that maneuvers his body are from a source that he is unfamiliar with. A source that apparently has some kind of extraplanar connection. But more than that, he cannot be certain of, and he is currently unwilling to continue an investigation along those lines until certain analysis can be made of how the chamber's defenses failed and a fortification can take place to ensure that something similar cannot happen again. However, he was able to determine that the source was, though the creatures that appeared were fiendish, the arcane signature, if you like, of Wander was not. In fact, from what he could tell, it was not specifically aligned with any of the common patterns, such as celestial, fiendish, hellish, or undead.
Then I suppose after these revelations are had, and we've had a moment to calm ourselves and care for whatever wounds we may have, Wander will approach Trevalin and say, Do you lead the tower?
No, I am merely an arcanist among many here. I fancy that I have some seniority among my fellows, but no, I am not the dean.
Each tower has a dean.
Yes, well, I mean, traditionally, I believe that at least two of them now are governed by councils of sorts.
Would they speak with us?
Well, I mean, possibly. It would depend on what business you approach them.
And at that, he'll look at everyone and say, would it be worth talking to them?
Well, about what in particular? About you?
He quickly shakes his head at that and says, No, about the conspiracy.
Um, Goodness. And she'll look to Uther, who seems to understand a great deal more about this than she does.
I mean, I would like to be able to pin it down on the specific tower, the individual we are looking for. If we have a little bit more proof, then I think we could get a little bit more help, but it might not be bad to get a little bit more help to get some more proof. But I don't know if it'd be enough to stuff like this is always a political move. It's going to cost them.
Quiet. We'd also
One.
risk tipping our hand.
And as we start saying this, Wonder will kind of tilt his head and say, They lead. They should help, right?
Oh, bless.
They should, and I imagine he will, but when you're in a noble role above, you need evidence. You can't believe everything that someone says, even if say they've seen it, even if it is us.
And to be clear, the his name was Lord Wolfhard or General Wolfhard, the one that we
S-
took the evidence to.
yeah, Lord Wolfhard, who is the general of the armed forces of Kalaranapa.
He'll say, Could Lord Wolfhard help?
I imagine we should inform him as well. He would find it rather interesting and might be able to point us at a specific tower.
Should we go now?
You know, it was probably the concussion, but what time is it?
It's probably about a little afternoon, probably about 1 p.m.
About a quarter past demon invasion.
Let me see
And
my
Naira's,
sheet.
Naira's like, concussion?
We both start looking at his head like, I don't see any wounds.
You didn't feel that? It felt like time slowed down for a while, for like a whole week. Never mind.
It must be horrible to be that conscious that whole time.
I played some chess games against myself. But actually, do you mind if we take just an hour? It might be good before we head out.
And then Wander will look towards Travalin and say, "Can we wait here?"
He'll say, the chamber which is to be used by um, other members of the tower, I had booked it for an hour or so for my own use in this endeavor, but you would be welcome to wait in my office if that would be sufficient.
Certainly, wherever is nearby where we could just relax.
Your inn is only about like 10 minutes away from the tower.
Do we really want to leave the tower? It's like our little pillow fort.
That is an odd place to say a pillow fort where we were just attacked by demons, but adorable nonetheless. I don't mind going back to the inn. They have alcohol, and I doubt your office does. And then I give him like that, like raised eyebrow, like unless.
He just goes, no, you would likely find a greater array of refreshment there than in my office. But come, Vincent, we have, a great deal of notes to take, readings to process. There is
I'm so
a lot of
sorry.
data.
I'm sorry. I just in that last fight, I realized that I sort of had a pretty glaring handicap at this point. I need. I would like to have a look at either pre-enchanted weapons or looking at getting my rapier enchanted.
Yes, well, certainly. I mean, the Tower of Arcanel does have workshops of that sort, but weaponry isn't precisely our speciality. Um, One moment, let me pull that up. Here we go. It's like, the College of Quimsera is generally considered to be the most adept at weaponry and enchantments of that sort. That is also where Midnight had left his cloak to be enchanted.
And then she'll just say to the others, I can meet you back at the inn if you'd like to head over there now.
Wander will just shrug and say, "Oh, okay."
Wait, where's Lorem and Scout? You're just heading to the inn, I get, as they turn around and start
well,
making their way out towards
At
the inn.
that point, Vincent actually speaks up and says, actually, if I may beg your leave, Arcanist, the discussion that I had with our new acquaintances, um, I I have as I'm sure you know, a good deal of unfinished business back home. Um, would I be able to, beg a few hours leave to go and see that some messages and the like are sent from elsewhere in the city? And the Arcanist kind of looks at him and raises an eyebrow and says, "You would leave the tower's boundary?" And he says, "Well, I was rather hoping that Lorium, would you do me the favor of just accompanying me again as a guard for while I am, on this excursion?" Which Lorium kind of cocks an eyebrow and, "Okay." Uh, and Midnight kind of raises a hand and says that he actually has some business as well to send some new messages of his own, and that they'll kind of be going out and about to keep Vincent safe while they see to their own business.
Wander, what's your passive perception again?
I think it's like 23. Let me look. Yeah, it's 23.
Um, you will notice Naira's ears have gone flat, but not in the way that it means that she's annoyed. It's more the way that a cat would when startled or fear. As she watches Lorium leave with Vincent.
Hmm. And then as he sees that, he'll say to you, he'll actually stay right next to you on the map.
Mm-hmm.
He'll stay right there and he'll say, "Are you okay?"
Oh, uh, yeah, I'm fine. I'm so glad he's found his friend.
Are you worried?
uh, yeah, I think your insight, your passive insight is probably higher than 10, right?
It's 18.
Yeah, yeah. No, she is deeply concerned. Not necessarily for Lorium.
Why do you worry? He cocks his head.
She smiles real big and shakes her head and says, I'm not sure what you're talking about. No, I'm fine. I'm so pleased that he's found his friend. We should go.
He stands looking at you for a moment and just nods and says, "Okay." Gonna catalog that in the memory banks.
Naira, as you look towards Uther, he shoots you a dirty look and then looks away.
Oh,
Mm. Also, just side note, can I be on upside down stair pyramided?
Uh, Upside down stair pyramided.
Apparently, I'm suffering a condition.
Oh, boop, boom. There we go.
Thank you. Then I suppose we begin making our way out and going a set of separate ways.
Let's
Okay.
go magic shopping.
oh, I
I'm still
probably
poor.
don't have enough money for magic shopping. That's why I say, like, I don't have any money, or not enough
Let's go
for.
magic window shopping.
Let's go fantasy shopping. It is Black Friday. They should have sales.
So you are here at the Tower of Arcanel. You know from your previous visit there when Midnight was delivering his cloak and discussing that enchantment that this is the Tower of Coinsetta, and it has a kind of public facing, if you like, magical sort of workshop where people can commission the arcanists within to well, they can either purchase items that have already been prepared if they are available, or they can commission work from the arcanists, depending on kind of who they are and the amount of coin they have at their disposal. Are you guys heading straight there as a group?
Actually, out of curiosity, how much would I know that kind of magic weapon would set me back? I wouldn't waste my time if I thought that it was going to be way out of my
Well,
price tag.
typically, like if you were just kind of gonna go in and say, I want that one, or for a magical weapon that was like enchanted to be sort of sharper and hit more accurately than normal, then that would probably set you back in the region of around about 500 gold. However, given that you already have a rapier that has a magical kind of attunement integrated into it, that you would know from your own arcane kind of understandings of how these enchantments work, that if you were willing to part with that weapon in order for them to work to try and bind an additional magic into it, that could bring down the cost pretty significantly.
What is pretty significantly?
Um, Probably down to within the region of like, if not half price, maybe a little bit lower, in fact, depending on how well you were able to make your case.
Yeah, Naira's looking through her purse and she'll just say, I don't think I have the money for it right now anyway.
You want a sharper blade?
No, I need something that can work on things that, well, aren't hurt by sharp things.
Hmm. Hmm. It's just for no particular reason. Just ignore this. Just ignore this. No, nothing big. Just okay, cool. Shh. Work on. I. What? What will you strike? There's a lot of confusion in his stance.
Well, like the demons that we just fought. My my attacks, my weapons, they aren't good enough.
You want magic on your blade?
Or on my crossbow, either would work really.
I could try.
And she sort of shoots a look up at you in surprise. You can enchant items.
Mm, something like that. Give me a day. Man, I need like a long rest today.
All
I
right.
mean, I do have some of those gloves of missile snaring that nobody seemed entirely in need of.
I thought you gave those to Scout.
Did I? For some reason, it's on my sheet.
I don't believe he actually took them.
Because I think
There
he's
was
been fearful
discussion
about
of it,
right?
but in the end, I think he didn't actually. They'd never actually changed hands, so to speak.
I thought they did. I would have laid money because I know they got real excited about it.
Fair enough. Well, in that case, we'll call them as with Scout.
Well, I mean, don't. They're on Uther's character sheet. I'm just saying when like, I would like it known that I'm pretty sure I would win money in this situation.
That's mixed signals for sure. I want you to know it's fine. We could totally sell them. But also, I'm entirely against it. I would bet money that they're on Scout.
Oh, I don't think we
You
should
know
sell
what?
them. I think Scout definitely wants them if he doesn't already have them.
I think we should give them away for charity. We should give them to a homeless child.
Yes. And then we'll play a game where we shoot things at him.
Several things all at the same time. If he doesn't catch them all, I don't
Then you give
know.
them to the next child.
Like, on to the next. Surely one of you will be able to catch 6 crossbow bolts.
But honestly, we
Mhm.
really don't need to waste, fun game time trying to figure out. I do not have the money, so
Yeah, it's fine.
we'll
We'll
just go
we'll
back
deal
to
with
the
it over a long
tavern.
rest. How's everyone looking on like resources aside from health?
So aside from health,
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay, actually. I could use a short rest to pick up some stuff, but most of that I was trying to do max damage, and my max damage is like lower level spell
Yeah.
and Eldritch blasting.
And it worked marvelously.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm doing okay. I'm down a couple of first level spell slots, but other than that, I'm fine. And most of my spells aren't really for combat anyway.
Yeah, then we're fine. So, I mean, perhaps short rest is the play right now. Perhaps go tavern, drink a bit, sit in the corner. Thoughts?
Let's go have after lunch before dinner supper.
Mm.
That's what it's called.
Wander learned something new today.
Okay, so you guys are heading to the Tower Shade Inn.
Most definitely.
Yes.
Okay. You are welcomed within once more. The staff are kind of used to your strange little group now. There's a couple of other groups you see of what appear to also be kind of essentially wandering campaigners that are also making their home at the inn temporarily. Most of the other kind of guests seem to be a collection of people that have some sort of business with the tower. Wealthy merchants and the like seem to be the norm, but there's also what seem to be various academics and the like that are hanging around in the common room. It's very well appointed, very comfortable as usual. There isn't any kind of entertainment or music, this being kind of hardly peak hours, but you guys are still welcomed inside and led to a empty table. Are you gonna kind of have a meal and a drink or anything, or are you just heading up to your rooms?
Make his way over, sitting down in one of the booths, and just. Oh, actually, never mind. He would sit down and then do the. Wait, shit. And then he would stand up, make his way over to the bar, and he'd go, actually, dudes, has our group gotten any messages? Just curious as he makes his way up to the main bar.
Uh, Man behind it kind of looks over and kind of pulls over a small book and just goes, what's your group name?
As rubs his forehead. Oh man, I have so many I want to do. The Super Friendship Squad.
No.
He goes, I don't have that listed here, but no messages for that name.
Lion's
Sorry.
Manes, perhaps.
Just goes, oh right, yes, Lord and Lady Lions. Yes, I've got you here. No messages as yet, my lordship.
All right, thank you. Can we get whatever the special is for lunch, and then he would message Lady Lion's Bane and go, wine or ale?
So pretentious. She's like 20 feet away.
Oh, I'll just no alcohol for me, thanks.
Then we'll do some milk and an ale, please.
Right, coming up. I'll bring it over to your table, sir.
Yep. And I just hand him a gold piece.
Oh,
and
thank you
turn
very
around
much.
and
Coming
walk
right
away.
up.
I want it fresh, son. I don't say it, but I just walk away. And then go sit down and like the big corner booth, and now just like kick the feet up and like start to relax, as I know no one's going to look twice, and if they do, it's probably at the huge metal stone figure sitting in the corner with us.
Just occasionally makes eye contact with them, and then they immediately look away.
Okay, yeah. Feet up on the desk. Feet up on the table. You guys are able to get the booth to yourself. Few minutes later, a couple of plate of what looks to be like a pork chop with some potatoes and a mug of ale and of milk are brought over to the table.
I suppose as everyone starts chowing down, we should talk about what we're gonna do next. So Wander will say, "What now?"
After this, it's pretty good actually. I didn't think I would enjoy the steak sandwich, but I'm sold now. As he bites into it, washing it down. Well, we have some time, I guess. Let me think.
Come on, Jimmy Neutron, brain blast.
I think it would be of interest, well, to speak to Wolfhard, but that doesn't necessarily need to rush. But if we show up with this information and wondering if he's found any work for us, that might flow us along rather well.
Then he'll look towards Naira. And you?
Well, I don't know. I think it would be a good idea to keep a low profile. But yeah, I agree that we should either go see Wolfhard or no. That's just it. That's all I have.
Oh, okay. He'll just take up a structured seating position and watch as the two of you eat.
Is there something you wanted to do?
No. And yeah, insight, please, if you would please like.
Come on, himbo powers.
Oh no, maybe you should make it with disadvantage after all those mashed potatoes you've been smacking down.
Nope.
That checks out.
Does actually.
I mean, no. It was just a genuine, kind of quiet no. He just seems ready and waiting, like when he quote unquote sleeps.
All right. Since you have to watch us eat, how about you answer another question? Well, same question.
Oh, okay.
Is there anything you want to do? I mean, have you ever heard about, deep sea fishing? Some people really love that. Dogs pull you on sleds through mountains. It's rather beautiful. Uh, I'm just curious, Wander. You have heard about a lot of things, but is there something you feel that you want to do? Just because, well, we can.
His gaze kind of shifts from you to just slightly off past you, and then back to you, and he just says, I want to find Kindville. And then he kind of looks towards the empty booth seats for where we may have our other two party members at some point. Um, and he says, and I want us to stay together. This is nice.
Yeah, I want us to too, actually. As he looks at Naira. As he turns, he gives you an eyebrow raise. As he just says, I think you should come out with it. I feel like I caught you. Well, it's not kind of hard. And as he taps the side of his head, can you be honest with Wander and tell him how you're feeling? And with me too, about seeing Lorian with Vincent and all that. I just don't. Listen, I'm okay. We've got to have walls against outsiders and the like, but between us, it just
Naira's
will gut us.
Naira's whiskers are twitching. Um, and she's looking a little shamefaced. And she just says, I am just trying to project what I should be feeling. It wasn't about you or Wander. And then she will look at Wander and she will say, I'm very sorry that I was dishonest with you. I don't want Lorian to leave. And now that he has found Vincent, well, I think that he has found a reason to take a different path. Although
Mm,
I don't know why I had to face that just now.
Are you saying
One.
that at me or at Wander?
She just said it out loud.
Hmm.
He would just look and go, sorry, darling. I just think those things are kind of best done quickly. They never have a chance to rot as lies tend to, even small ones.
I don't know that it was a lie.
As he nods and looks over towards Wander. Either way, I don't think Maya and Naira are going anywhere.
He kind of nods a little as you say that, and he looks towards Naira, and he says, Lorium has goals. We all do. And now that we are together, we have more to do. He will be with us, I'm sure.
Thank you, Wanderer.
Could I try that? He points towards the milk.
I mean, yes, but it is food. Can you?
Luther said it was good.
It's quite good, yes. Here, yes, absolutely. And she will uh, hand you the jug.
Good, good. My master plan, milk is a material component for a very dangerous spell. Um, but yeah, he'll just lift up the cup and try to pour it into his face, but there's no like mouth hole, so it just kind of dribbles down the front of his face. Then he puts it back down
As it
and says, "Oh,
runs down and touches the seams in your neck and chin, jaw, you do feel the energy, the kind of
the milk energy."
the, if you like, the calories essentially of the milk that you're taking and interacting with your internals in some way. It's a very strange sensation. You know that. Give me an insight check.
I have to insight check myself for milk drinking. This is the best day ever. Come on, nat 20.
Almost.
Oh my god!
I know the name of the cow the milk came from.
Bessie.
Jack.
That's not milk.
The act of eating, drinking, like taking in nourishment like this, isn't something that's unfamiliar to you. There was the act of kind of eating, of breaking bread, if you like, with companions, of sitting in council like this, in discussion. It's a familiar one. You can't place any specific memories, but the act of taking it in this way, you get a flash of familiar sensation of a place that you can't put form or image to, but where you sat and talked and ate and drank with people that you traveled with, that you fought with, that were your companions.
Easily the greatest milk check of my life. By far. Not the first, not the last, but the best. He'll
Really?
set
Not the
down-
first?
Not the first. D&D be crazy, man. when you go to a tavern and you order milk, let's just say that only the nice taverns have real milk.
Okay, noted.
He said, memorizing that, putting it in the next tavern you all go to. If you make fun of the name, but he'll set the tankard back down and pass it over to Naira again and just say, "That was nice."
You like it?
Yes, it felt good.
Remind me, I should heat some up and put some honey in it, and you can try it like that too. It's lovely.
Now I'm tired and thirsty.
At this point,
Uh oh well, okay.
oh, sorry, no, go on.
I was gonna say, by the way, Uther, you're definitely picking up some additional anxiety in the um in the connection, and she keeps opening her mouth to say something and then correcting herself or deciding not to.
As he feels that, looking over and noticing. All right, I'm feeling something. What's up? Talk to me.
It's just, well, when he said warlock,
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I doubt they're about to fight.
I mean, obviously he doesn't know what he's talking about, right? That's got to be
Wander,
it, of course.
Wander just inches a little bit towards Ether.
It's a little bit more kind of a categorical thing. We needed a lot of power, and we needed it quickly.
Oh, so
As well as, we did do the ritual, including the big ritual dancing, the ritual community feasts, a bunch of them.
well, that was getting married. That people don't turn
Yeah.
into warlocks when they get married, right? Now she's like, right?
What do you think marriage is?
It depends on who marries you. If a cleric does it, you do get a little stronger.
Well, I mean, it's a bond, a promise.
And you made a couple of them. Well, my family's nobility, so you couldn't not exactly be nobility, but you can be a citizen of Carvalen, so you swore in there and then, got married and had to swear allegiance to the king at that point, too. So, yeah, I mean, you see where these terms can kind of get shaky. Normally, it's a demon trying to make a deal. Ours is death trying to get, well, people saved, I think.
Okay, I'm gonna have to process that, I think.
Yeah, like you said, we're in a little bit of a different situation. It's kind of strange when he doesn't have your soul with a pitchfork over a fiery maw, and it's more he was officiating over your wedding, and well, he did throw quite a feast.
He did. No, it was lovely. You have to understand what I have been. I'm not a cheater.
He laughs a little bit as he goes, "Oh, well, I kind of am. And honestly, so does everybody else. They're playing to win. Everybody will take every advantage they can get."
Oh,
You
okay.
just gotta know who you're playing for and who's on your team. Those are the ones you don't cheat. everybody else to take a swing at you.
Okay.
Insight?
Go ahead and roll.
Make a doghouse check.
Give it.
The sleep on the couch check. Come on.
Not
Yeah.
bad.
Oh, I'm not even.
Naira is feeling very conflicted. You are sensing that through through the connection, if nothing else. You with that insight, and both of you. She is wrestling with the fact that reality is not what she has understood it to be most of her life, and that's hard for her. She is, yeah, she's feeling very unstable, and
Life just showed up and punched you around.
a little
And
bit,
you're like,
yeah,
oh shit, life is mean. It's like,
yeah.
yes.
Fuck.
Yes,
Life's got
it
hands.
is. Yeah.
And when you basically were like saying stuff about taking every advantage that life can give you kind of thing, she almost bristled at that, like, I have never needed to stoop to that, and that's where she's at now.
He'll,
Nope. Go on.
oh, I just say he'll kind of nod at you, and you feel a resolute calm, as almost a, how do you think I've lived so long? But
Holy shit. The boomers explaining how you lived so long. The housing market was great 400 years ago. But Wonder will say, "What do you mean by cheating?"
Oh, well, it's just most magic. You you either come to it naturally, or you earn it through either knowledge or faith. And warlocks don't do that. As well, as far as I knew, they, well, I guess I don't know very much anymore about it. Um, but no, I've always thought anyway that warlocks simply make deals for more power without having to do the work. And I guess I've done that now.
Is that bad?
I don't know anymore.
I think it depends on who you make the deal with, and for what reasons, and at what cost. I think it was a pretty damn good deal, and I'd make it again.
And she does smile at that. Oh, in a heartbeat.
And for, evil patron of Overlord and Death, he's really kind of a sweet guy, as he grins.
Evil patron.
You wouldn't
A
believe what I've heard. As
lot
he
of things
waves
go to
his
the
hand.
memory banks.
Naira will probably actually jump in and be like, he's not evil. You gotta stop telling Wander that. He's gonna take you serious.
Sorry. Not evil. That's just a step more irony.
Irony. Scene.
Well, as I was just about to say that at this point, actually, the as you guys go ahead and everybody take your long rest as well as inspiration
You mean a
for
short
that
rest?
wonderful role play. Short, yes, short rest. Thank you. As well as inspiration for any of you that did not have it for that wonderful little bit of role play. As you guys sit and finish your meal and continue to drink, um, you see the doors to the Tower Shade Inn common room open, and a town guard in the chainmail and tabard uh, that you've become familiar with since entering Vanya walks in. A very tall, broad-shouldered man. You can see from the skin that you can see through his armor, evidently with some orcish blood. The skin quite leathery and green. Um, he walks hurriedly over to the table, and everybody give me a perception check, or not to the table, to the bar. Kind of moves in and takes a moment looking around.
By the way, where is where is Scout? Is he Did he stay with Lorium or is he with
Yeah,
us?
he and Laurium left with
Ah,
Vincent. He said that he also had some, basically, he had to do some follow up on his like check if he'd received replies and the like.
Naira is lost in thought.
Hmm.
Both Wander and Uther. The guard comes in, looks around as though he's looking for somebody specific, not just kind of checking the room. He specifically kind of looks across all of the different groups as though searching for someone. Moves over to the bar and takes off his helmet. And this is the gentleman that you see. A rather young, half orc looking gentleman. His hair's like tied back in behind, fairly close shaved on the sides so that he can wear a helmet without worrying about it getting trapped or kind of tangled. Um, he goes over to the bar and he says, "Hey, do you have a tabaxi here by the name Midnight? I was received a message that he'd be here." The barkeep just goes, Midnight? Uh, no, I don't believe we've got. I don't know anyone by that name specifically. Um, he goes,
But there's
s-
definitely a tabaxi
um,
sitting in the corner.
he goes, a tabaxi, dark fur, young, about my age, maybe a little younger. And he goes, "Oh, aye. Well, we had a couple of tabaxi come and join us. That the fella's not here, but and he actually points over toward your group and goes, a few of the group are over there." And the guard turns, sees your little group, kind of puts his eye over you somewhat curiously, and is like, thank you." Kind of takes his helmet under his arm, his other hand on the sword at his hip, and walks over a little kind of cautiously, uh, and then kind of approaches your table, bows his head slightly, and goes, hello, this may sound like an odd question, but are you friends of Midnight?
Indeed, we are friends of Midnight. What business do you have with him?
It's like, oh, uh, is he nearby? Is he around? Well, sorry, my
Naira
name's
will stand.
my name's Ajax. I'm a friend of his. I was hoping he could help me.
You know Midnight. Hi, I'm sorry. And she holds out her hand and she says, "My name is Naira. Although Midnight sometimes refers to me as Dreamer."
Oh, oh, pillars. Yes, you're a dreamer. I'm sorry. Well, this isn't how I would have wanted to meet you. It's a pleasure. He holds out his hand.
She will shake it and she will say, "Well, it is an absolute pleasure. I think, how would you have preferred to meet me?"
Oh well, I mean, Midnight talked about you. He said, well, he's had a lot of good things to say about you over the years. Um, I'd wanted to meet you. Well, not by asking for your help. But
You need
well,
help, sir?
yes. Midnight in the past, he's had ways of finding things out. And getting, well, I don't know where he got it, but he got coin resources sometimes. And well, I've got something powerful, strange happening. I was I was hoping he might be able to help.
Midnight is, well, off doing what Midnight does. I'm sure you understand, but is there something that we can do to help?
Well, I mean,
Shall we go somewhere private to talk?
um, yes, thank you, my lady. That would be great.
And she will look at the other two and sort of then start heading up to the room.
Get up and head up with you.
Get up and follow, checking to see if there's any milk left in the tankard. Potentially taking the tankard.
Is there?
Yeah. As soon as Naren realized that Wander liked it, she would have stopped drinking it herself.
Okay.
It opens
So,
the door for so many interesting opportunities.
you guys head up to the room. Um, he's kind of seems to be looking you guys over, and it seems to be that very like especially paying a lot of attention to you, Naira. Um, looking at you as if kind of trying to fit you over a mental image that he had. He seems a little sort of surprised in many ways. Actually, give me an insight check.
This is going to go really well.
It always does.
Always. Roll a 3. A 6.
Yeah, it's hard to get a read of exactly what he's feeling or thinking about looking at you. He's obviously quite distracted and has a lot on his mind. But you can tell that he's paying specific attention to you out of the whole group.
It's the cleavage.
Once you're in the room, he kind of he bows again and goes, well, I mean, I have to ask, do any of you know anything about, well, arcane matters and magic and the like?
Uh, a bit, yeah.
Well, I don't know if Midnight's told you about me, but well, my name is Ajax. I'm a member of the guard here. Uh, well, I own I have a farm outside the city walls where I look after some folk, and one of them, a young girl, she's different. Uh, she's touched, if you like. Um, she has dreams, you understand, sees things. And, well, the last few days, she's been having others, more and more. Just last night, she woke up screaming, and, well, think I think there's something to it. The last few times it's been this bad, she's dreamt of things that have happened, uh, battles and the like. When when they've happened in the kingdom, she's known about them before news ever reached the city. Said she sees them when she sleeps. And well, she's seen other things now. Fire. screams. She she doesn't want to sleep anymore now because of what she's been seeing. I was hoping Midnight might be able to find someone who could figure out what's going on.
That's that's just remarkable. How, how would Midnight help you with this normally?
Well, I don't know, but in the past he's been able to find things that I needed. Whenever I didn't know about something, well he he's always been resourceful, you know. I
That
normally I'd go to my well, I didn't want to bring it to my superiors in the guard because well, I mean it's a girl's dreams. They especially now they don't have time for the like. But Midnight, he's always taken me seriously.
do you think she would talk to us?
I mean, I if I asked her to, I look after her. She was well, I've, I've helped raise her if you like.
So she's like your adopted daughter?
I I mean, kind of. I it's well, the farm. It's an an orphanage of sorts. Um,
Oh.
people what the temples don't want to look after or you know that don't necessarily fit inside the walls. They come to me.
I would like to see her.
Oh,
Yonder
oh,
says, kind of directing it towards Naira.
So would I. It sounds like she has a very special gift.
you can you'll help.
Yes, of course we will. And then she looks to Uther.
Yes, let's take care of it right now.
How urgent is this? Would you prefer us wait until midnight comes back, or would you like us to come straight away?
Well, I mean, the sooner the better, really. She says the dreams have been getting worse, and well, sometimes I think maybe they are just dreams, but other times, well, she's she's told me things about my own mind I've never told anyone else. Things she's seen in her dreams. If this is something, well, fire and screams don't sound good.
All right. Well, would you like to take us there, or would you like to tell us where to go?
I can, yeah, yeah. If you're, I mean, if you can come with me, I've I don't have a shift no more. I can bring you now.
Could we stay at this farm?
I mean, I don't know if we've got beds for you, but I mean, there's room in the barn if you don't mind. Well, if you don't mind animals in the next stall.
We can make ourselves comfortable.
Aye, aye.
I will tell midnight.
You.
And that's what?
He just goes, you what?
And then I mean, yeah. Then he'll start casting sending.
He goes, oh gosh, you've got magic.
A bit.
Well, pillars. I didn't know he had friends like that.
didn't know Midnight had friends. Hmm.
And Naira will cock her head at that. You didn't, huh?
Goes, no, I mean, well, he's hasn't told me much about himself really, but
Oh.
he's been a friend when I needed one.
Both of those things sound very much like Midnight.
Okay.
Don't mind me,
So
just counting words. We can roll along because I don't know numbers. Numbers and letters shouldn't mix. Fuck algebra. Yeah, that's good. Oh, I guess it doesn't have to be secret, huh? He will say Ajax came to us for you and to help. We are going to the farm to talk to a young girl about her visions.
okay.
I hope
Um,
he starts racing
Would have
back to
been
the tavern only to find that we're not there.
would have been really great if you'd like made it sound like we were in mortal danger and not actually mentioned Ajax at all. That would have been
That would have been great to like eat popcorn to as the fallout happened before us. Unfortunately, I did not. I am not alive.
please also message that to Nick, just so he knows what Midnight gets.
Hmm.
Or actually, no, never mind. I'll message it to him with a kind of synopsis
Alright.
after the session. Yeah.
He starts racing back to the tavern only to find it is completely empty. No one is there.
it's been burned down.
We could do that. That is within our power.
So, here we go.
Oh, I guess no one is going to tell him because no one remembered to do it. But Loriam's going to be real confused. And I don't have any more those spell slots.
I mean, you could leave a message at the bar or something.
No, no, that's not cool. That's not funny. Hope, hope he's watching the stream right now and is just punching the air.
But okay. So you guys accompany the guard Ajax, who leads you out through the city streets, um, out toward the uh,
we do have one viewer.
eastern. Oh, out toward the eastern gate. Um, from there, he turns south and leads you a little ways away from the city proper. You can still see it in the distance, the smoke from its myriad fires, the industry and homes and hearths that make up the city, kind of very clear still on the horizon. As you move away, this is still very much the kind of not exactly suburbs of Vanya, but still very much within its shadow, if you like. You're passing through mostly as you ride. About an hour it takes you as you ride away, going through like scattered villages and but between them is fields and farms rather than wilderness, paddocks of livestock and pastures and the like. Um, on the outer edge of this kind of band of industry and farming and around the city, you come to a somewhat smaller one. Um, as you travel, is there anything that you guys want to do or say or anything, just to give you guys the opportunity before we move on?
I mean, I'd like to ask Ajax more about this girl's visions, but I imagine He can't tell me anything she won't, or that he already hasn't has. Hmm.
I will not ask away. Like as you're writing, he is mostly silent and seems quite anxious. Um, he doesn't like he seems kind of withdrawn a little bit, but he does seem like willing to engage in conversation. Yeah, any questions that are directed toward him, he does kind of pay attention to.
Naira also has some questions.
Let's
Ask
interrogate him on
away
the
then,
horse.
as you guys are riding along.
You first. Not it. Nose goes.
Um, so Ajax, can you tell me, does this girl exhibit any other um sort of magical aptitudes?
Oh well, I don't rightly know. Um, it's not exactly something I know much about.
So you've never seen her conjure anything, or maybe call a flame?
No, no. I mean, Rojan's done that a time or two. But he doesn't. I mean, he's young yet. He doesn't have. I've heard some people with his blood can do it at will, but he
His
doesn't have a great deal of control over it.
his blood?
Well, he's one of them tieflings.
Oh, okay, yes.
I mean, they didn't want. They called him all kinds of nasty names when they brought him to me. He was just a nipper at the time, but he's done well at the farm. He looks after it a lot, especially now when I'm now that they've got me pulling doubles.
And has she ever? Does she have any uh, magical books, maybe? And at this
No, I
point,
know.
I'd also like to roll an Arcana. Am I aware of anybody who like gets visions in their dreams? Like, have I heard of this happening before?
No.
Uh, Go ahead and give me a Arcana check.
Who gets visions in their dreams? That's so weird.
Oh my god, no. This has been a bad
um,
bad session for me in terms of dice.
Stolen.
Visions and dreams are kind of two sides of the same coin. Um, with your studies, you are aware of many, many different things that it could be, but from his description so far, there, like you don't know where you wouldn't know how to begin to narrow it down with the information you've already received.
Okay, yeah, I think it's really important that we see her and we talk to her.
And I was goes, aye, well, I mean, any any help you could give would be more than welcome for sure.
Um,
Uh,
I'm
mhm.
sorry, I just have one other question. How did you meet Midnight?
Oh, doesn't he? Did he never tell you about me?
I'd like to hear it from you, is all.
Oh, well, okay. Um, he he came by the farm one day. Um, I I saw him out. Well, he seemed. I think he was just on a walk or some such. Um, but we got to talking, and he found out. He said he liked what I was doing there. Um, so he stops by from every now and again, helps out around the place. A little bit of coin, or just a hand, whenever he can.
Hmm, that's so very sweet. Thank you.
Yeah, he's a big help. He's a good guy.
Insight check. No.
Hmm.
No, I believe him.
Okay.
I no.
um, but then he does actually look at you, and he says, I mean, well, he's never really told me much about what he does when he goes away, though. Are have are you guys his companions? I mean, I know he talked about you a lot. Sorry, what should I call you?
You can call me Naira. That's fine.
Uh, Naira. Right. He hasn't talked much about his life. I'd I'd like to know if you could tell me something.
And she gets quite a mischievous little grin on her face and she says, anything in particular you want to know? I may not have all the answers, but I'm willing to gossip a little.
He goes, well, he actually looks kind of embarrassed when you use that word, but on the other hand, not entirely opposed to the idea. um, and just goes, I mean, well, who, who is he? All I really know about him is that he comes by, helps me look after the place and the younguns.
Well, do you know do you know about our childhood?
Not much. He said that he looked after you.
He did do that. Well, in my mind, Midnight's my hero, but I imagine in his mind, he would describe you as a hero.
Oh, you you really think so?
I I can't say that I would disagree with him either. Sounds like you are taking care of some children who really need somebody to care.
Well, somebody has to.
No, they don't.
Hmm,
Somebody
I
chose
guess you're
to,
right.
and that's you. So,
Oh, thank you, kindly. Um, so are are you guys like campaigners?
and Naira will say, "Well, I'm a uh, yes,
Oh, where where do you roam? I know he goes off and travels a lot.
what can you tell me about his travels?"
I not much, I guess. He he always says he doesn't really like to talk about it.
Hmm.
I don't really know that I should be asking you if I'm honest, but well,
But he can be rather tight-lipped.
that he can. Well, I mean, I guess if it's with you, he can't be too mad at me.
Oh, sure. Well, we actually just returned from Morosa.
Oh, really? I've never left Caloronava.
It wasn't much. A lot of dirt, some goblins.
Oh, really? Well, can't say I've ever actually seen one of them. As a city guard, I Most I usually have to worry about is some drunks,
That was
though things have been getting more interesting of late, I have to say. I'm sorry, what were you saying?
nothing.
Okay. And as he keeps riding, you do kind of also get the impression that he is bone tired. Um, as he's riding his horse, you just see the slump of his shoulders as kind of the initial excitement, if you like, of meeting you and the effort that he was putting into presenting himself to you, and talking with you, kind of starts to wear off. You just see him sort of start to droop a little into his horse, um, as he's riding from the city. Just his eyes, dark bags under them, the signs of exhaustion in his figure, under the weight of his armor. Um, but I wonder, did you have questions that you wanted to ask him as well as you ride?
Yes, hopefully a little bit after that conversation, because mine are not as deep as those were. I'll hear that one and just be like, oh shit, now I gotta wait like 15 minutes. Um, but yeah, I will pull up to him and he'll say, can you tell me more about these visions?
Well, she, Leah, Leah's the girl. She started having them, well, can't rightly say when. She has dreams, nightmares, and the like every now and again. It's not exactly uncommon, but they've been happening more and more for the last few months. Um, the last couple of weeks, they've gotten bad, real bad. She she talks about not being able to wake up, about dreaming that she slept for so long that Vanya is crumbled, about into fire. She just says that she can hear it, fire and screams, taking Vanya and other cities, practically the whole coast, and she can't wake up. And when she does, there's nothing left. She says she sees, well, she's not in her own bed. She's not in the farm, she's somewhere else. And and she's trapped there whilst all this is going on. It's poor girl. I do the best I can for her, try and talk her through them, but well, sometimes they seem to just be nightmares. But when it's like this, the same thing over and over and over, well, I can't help but thinking there's something to it. Especially not since, well, she's seen things in the past. She's, like I said, she's told me stuff that I dreamed that I didn't even tell her anybody. But she's known stuff about the other kids too. I've had to, well, I've had to kind of look after her for it. The
Ha-
rest of them, well, they kind of know, and Rundle and the others, they look after her best they can
have you been staying up with her since these nightmares began?
when I can.
When was the last time you got a full night's sleep?
I don't even remember, truth be told.
I can stay with her.
I'd, I'd appreciate that. Anything you could do to help her, we'd all appreciate it. I didn't know Midnight had such friends. I'm glad he
How
did, though.
how old is she?
I don't rightly know. I mean, she's a half elf, so I mean, uh, if she were one of me, if she were a human or a half orc, I'd say maybe 13, 14. But I know that he kind of looks over at you through a little bit and says, I know that you can live a little longer than the rest of us.
Hmm.
She's been with me at the farm for about 4 or 5 years now.
And I'll just nod and go quiet and go back to writing. That's my little scene done, unless someone else says something.
Have you considered taking her to the towers?
Oh, I don't know that they'd help her or me. I mean, maybe if I could get the captain or somebody to speak for it, but they've got so much on their plates recently. Could I couldn't bring them kids' nightmares. They'd they'd laugh me out the room. That's why, well, Midnight's always listened to me. When I when I heard the message that he was in town, I was well, I hope you can help.
Where did you hear he was in town?
Oh, he sent a note.
Ah, right. And then Naira will play with Valco, who I assume is trotting along beside us.
He is indeed.
She'll like pick up a stick and chuck it.
And goes, yeah, he's happily goes leaping off after it. Oh, excuse me, hiccups. And comes bounding back within his jaws for as long as you are happy to continue to do so. As Ajax leads you, as I said, further and further out through the outskirts around Vanya, through the fields and pastures that surround the town, or the city, I should say, um, to, oh, 1 second, a somewhat smaller farmstead than the rest. Um, as you kind of approach it, you can see a relatively large, but by no means grand main home, with a couple of barns and outbuildings scattered around it amid fairly small fields. Certainly not the grand plots that seem to be providing food for the city itself. This seems more like a kind of farm or homestead that is tending to or aiming for self-sufficiency rather than commerce, judging by the size and everything like that. And as you guys approach, you can see a few figures moving around the buildings. And before we enter, we will take a very quick break there for a few minutes and resume with you guys arriving at Ajax's farmstead.
Perfect.
All right.
Okay, so about an hour outside of the city walls, you approach this small farmstead. Oh, let me actually make sure that you guys are in here. Boom. Naira, Uther. Here we go. Is everybody loaded in?
I'm on like 98%. Oh no, I'm not.
I
Yay.
mean, it's all black.
Oh, because it's dark.
Oh,
Except
hang
for
on.
your
Sorry,
token.
1 minute then.
Looks like
Ba-da-bum. Hemme, 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 hemme.
Oh,
God had to turn on the sun. Thanks, God.
the government had
You're
to finish
welcome.
feeding the sun.
So as you guys approach, people look up and seem to see your little group approaching. You see a lot of people,
This dude's
these
shady as
figures.
fuck. I'm calling it now. This dude is bad.
You see figures emerging from many of the buildings. What strikes you about it is almost every single one of them seems to be a child. There are a handful of adolescents, two of whom seem to be like the tallest and kind of oldest. Um, that look almost full grown, as though they're in their kind of mid to late teens. But there's at least half a dozen children that couldn't be older than 13, between like 8 to 13, or even younger, 5 and 6 in some cases, that come running out. You hear somebody saying, "It's Ajax! Ajax is back! He's brought company!" And the kids all run forward, coming out to meet him. He comes down off the horse, and you see this big, broad smile appear across his face as he kind of holds his hands out. A couple of the kids run up to him, and he just gives them a hug. And he goes, "Ah, Corin, hello, hello, yes, I'm back, I'm back." The like he seems to be putting on again that performance of tired. No, I'm not tired. I'm here for you. Um,
Yeah.
as he comes in, and sort of the kids gather around him, and he ruffles hair and embraces them in turn. He's kneeling down, giving each of them attention, looking into their eyes, uh, speaking to them for a moment before moving on to the next one, greeting them each as they approach. Uh, the two oldest that appear, one of them seems to be a human, a boy who probably about 16 or 17. One of his eyes, you can see, is looks fairly normal, just kind of a hazel. The other, though, appears to have absolutely no retina, just a blank milky white. Um, as he smiles in greeting to Ajax, while beside him a a person who, on first sight, appears human, but with the forewarning that there was or the foreknowledge, I should say, that there was a tiefling here, you quite quickly pick out the telltale details. The first sight had been taken for just kind of a deep tan, has just a little too much bronze in it. And in the red hair that's swept back from his face, you can just kind of see hidden inside it the disturbances that could be short horns that are hidden in his hair. They both greet Ajax, and he kind of spends a moment in quiet conversation with them. Um, they both nod at him, and he turns back to you and goes, "Oh, children, these are friends of Midnight. Don't worry, they're friends." Um, you guys actually do see among the children, most of the children seem to be not entirely human. There's at least a couple of other much younger tieflings among them. Um,
Ah,
a couple half elves, um, at least one or two other half orcs as well. And Naira, you also actually see that there is a young female tabaxi among them.
Ah, the ones that nobody else would take in. I get it. And Nara will step forward and she will say, "Oh, it's so lovely to meet you all. Midnight is actually my brother."
Oh, you're Midnight's sister?
I am.
Cool. Uh, where is he? Is he traveling again? Is he off on an adventure?
Well, he's on a little adventure, but he's not too far. I promise we'll bring him by as soon as we can.
Awesome. He always brings his stuff from the city.
Does he?
Uh-huh. Whenever he comes by. We haven't seen him in a while, though. Did you guys go somewhere? He always goes off traveling. He says he's going off on an adventure.
We did go on an adventure actually. We went. Do you know where Morosa is?
Uh, and one of the younger ones goes, I know, it's that way.
Are they right?
Yes.
And Naira will be like, "Very good, yes. We went there and we had an adventure. We found hidden ruins and we fought some goblins.
What? You fought
Yes.
monsters?
And look who we adopted when we got there." And she will gesture to Valco, and then she'll say, "Sit, Valco."
He's like, oh, is that a wolf? Cool.
He's just a baby wolf, yeah. And
Thought you
she'll
were starting to
gesture.
wander for a second.
And she'll gesture to Valco that he should go play.
One of them goes, is that statue walking?
And Naira will wave Wander over and she will say, "Well, he's not." "Yes, he is. Yes." "Wander, can you come over here and say hello?"
Hello.
Oh, how can you walk? Statues can't do that.
I am not statue.
Oh, sorry, what are you?
Oh.
"It's okay, Wander."
Existential crisis right here. Yeah, he'll just say, I am Wander.
Hi, Wander.
Very robotic wave.
I've never met a Wander before.
Me neither.
And Uther, can you come here? Now, Uther is a half elf, and she will point at all the little half elves she sees. Just like you. And he plays just the most incredible music. Would you like to hear?
Uh-huh.
Hypnotic pattern.
Well, now.
Introduce them to the funny Afro man.
And she waves Uther over and she goes, "Honey, come here."
Uther will take that moment as he goes, no, we're going to do this right. As he'll turn around, pulling out. Because you have your fiddle, don't you?
I do.
Yes. As he pulls out his guitar. I'm more than a man. Let me hear you applaud. I'm more than a half elf. I'm a shiny golden god. As he strums, he's going to major image. Because, oh, it froze, maybe?
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Uh-oh, I clicked it.
OBS definitely just disconnected.
Oh, yeah, it looks like it just, Okay.
Uther's
It
back.
looks like you guys are all reconnecting.
Hmm.
Maybe my
If-
internet spazzed out for a moment.
That could be it. I've been fine.
There we
Doesn't matter
go.
for me.
You may need to refresh though, because on my screen it's actually showing you as disconnected.
And it's showing me as game paused.
Oh, well, how
There we go.
about now? Okay.
Yep, now we're good.
Ah, and OBS just reconnected. So if you were watching
Fantastic.
this,
Okay, yeah. So I guess our thing messed up. Yes, if you're watching the stream, welcome back.
And I would try and do as like elaborate and wondrous as I would play off to the children singing the wondrous songs of our exploits,
well,
as I would have the things going off around us. As what?
I was going to say, can I help at all?
So both Naira and Uther, roll me performance with advantage. And are you playing your fiddle?
I was just wondering if I could help. I
Do
don't
it.
take this. Okay, sure. I know. And yes, I would be playing my fiddle.
Okay, then yeah, both of you roll me performance with advantage.
Guide me, wander.
No, you got it.
Naira's still struggling a little.
Not bad though. As together, the two of you, you are very easily able to pick up the kind of connection that you two share now, thrumming with this rhythm, this shared understanding that the two of you have of music and performance, allowing you to very easily dip into this kind of backing track, if you like, as he leads off into this performance. There we go. And with this major image of all of the kids, Ajax in himself, in fact, all of them just kind of turn and their eyes like saucers as they just stare at this spectacle that none of them have ever seen anything like before in their lives. Um, Even the older ones are just enthralled for minutes, however long you want to keep this performance going. You have an utterly rapt audience. More kids, in fact, come out as the music starts to play and continues. More and more kids kind of come out of some of the nearby buildings and show themselves.
As
And
I
the
would,
audience grows and grows until there's probably you imagine, you're kind of surprised looking at the buildings and everything. There's probably a little over a dozen people, which is quite a lot for such a small farmstead. There's 15, in fact, in total, including Ajax. But yeah, what is this performance that you're putting on, Uther?
it would at first show just racing horses across dunes, as then it would blow back, and it would be one of my earlier chases, something that I remember being rather epic with the Red Rock Cliffs, but against these bandits that chasing down. It would be a little bit of more fudged histories as I would move Wander as well as Naira into the roles on the back of the other horses. As then, after catching the bandits and retrieving the gems, changing quickly to the horde. Although it seems like a good bard to no longer be 1,000 goblins, maybe, but 10,000, as they pour out in that numerous number, only to be broken against us in the town, like a tsunami against a mountain cliff. As then having it roll, I would then turn and we find ourselves now here. As I would bow as the 10 minutes pass and it just drops all like sparkling dust to the ground.
The kids lose their fucking minds. Just cheers, like this incoherent screaming of excitement and joy at this spectacle that you have provided. Um, like a couple of them are just dancing around you, Wander, for the part that you played there. The rest of them are just running forward, surrounding the two of you, cheering and asking like a million questions over top of each other. As they, even the older two, are kind of just clapping enthusiastically, and Ajax staring at you in astonishment at this, impromptu, just fit performance fit for a royal court that you have put on at this little farmstead.
Naira looks at Uther and she goes, "You must have been an amazing father. I think you have a fan club."
He grins a little bit. I did enjoy it.
Ajax kind of comes up to you guys. He goes, "Okay, okay, give him some room. Give him some room. Come on, go wash up. Go wash up. We're gonna have dinner soon." And he gradually kind of steals them away from you and gives them into the care of the two older men or older teens, who kind of shepherd them for the most part back into the house one at a time.
At this point, what time is it? Is it around 4 o'clock?
Yeah, probably about 4 o'clock at this point.
When do you normally serve supper? I should head inside and help with that, I think.
Oh well, I mean, around about now we like to make sure they're all fed so we can do our evening chores and get them to bed before the sun goes down.
All right, well then, I will see myself inside.
You really don't have to. You're a guest here. I mean,
Don't be silly.
well, thank you, Lady Naira. And I mean, and thank you, Sir Uther, was it?
Indeed. As he just gives him a smile.
Well, thank you both. Please come in. I mean, we don't have. I can't say that it'll be the finest meal you've ever had, but well, the soil, we get what we can from the soil.
You see as Uther nods, making his way in. How, just looking at the level of dress of the children, how good or bad was it? You know what I mean?
They are poor.
It looks, it's not
like
rags, but it's
they're not in rags, but none of them were wearing new clothes. It's thrift shop.
and somebody's getting the hand downs of the other. Yeah,
Like based, the younger they
patch
are,
it.
yeah, the more patched their clothing is, and like it's very clear that they're not exactly rolling in it. But on the other hand, none of them look like hungry. They all look like they're relatively healthy, decently cared for, as clean as you get on a farmstead. um,
Middle Ages
no,
farmstead kids, yes.
exactly, yeah. So they all obviously have spent time, shall we say, close to the earth, but they're also not kind of showing those signs of poverty that can afflict some children. And you see the two older ones, the human with the milky eye and the tiefling, seem to have a role as kind of caretakers among the group, and seem to be kind of shivvying the children around, helping them to kind of get ready, get into position. One of them shepherds a couple of the kids into this room here, and they seem to be helping him prepare a dinner, chopping up bread, and there's a pot that's bubbling on a range with what looks to be a vegetable stew. And now that your performance is over, let's get back to the ordinary music. There we go. And yeah, over the next kind of 10, 15 minutes, the two older gentlemen, or the two older children and teenagers, I should say, and Ajax kind of help to get all the kids into place. Ajax himself, again, just is doing that thing of a parent who is exhausted but knows that they need to parent. And is kind of putting on that smile of just like, come on, kids, yes, yes, we're all happy, we've all got energy, let's all get you to the table. As the next few minutes progress, and eventually several of the kids, the older ones, or take up position around the room, and they seem to actually just be sort of either pulling up stools from one of the other rooms or just like grabbing a bowl and standing while they eat, while the younger ones are put around the table, including a young half-elf, or what appears to be a half-elven girl, with a kind of haunted look in her eyes. During your performance, she was enthralled and enthused like the rest of the kids, but after that, she had this kind of sort of distant look. You note that she stays very close to Ajax for, as much as she can, like physically touching him whenever she has the opportunity to do so. Is there anything that you guys are going to want to do as kind of during the preparation of the meal, or as they kind of start corralling these kids?
Uther's gonna make his way over to the pot, take a sniff in, like wave it over his nose, and be like, how very country and quaint. I think it needs a dash of some saffron oil. Ooh, some black truffle normally required, many platinum pieces. And I think, honey makes everything a little bit better. Let's do a little bit of the wild honeys from the high mountains, as he's going to prestige in some flavor to suddenly to things they've never even tried. So how could they replicate?
I'm so glad that all three of us first thought we get here.
You cut out.
First thought when we got here, each individually, we all thought, let's help with the cooking.
Well, Water, how are you helping with the cooking?
I'm not going to anymore because two people already are, and there's not a lot of room in that kitchen.
Wander's a pirate. Arty.
How much time? How much time until dinner is ready?
Well, there's about probably the process of getting all of the kids to kind of come down off their excitement of your performance, get them all kind of washed and ready for dinner and everything like that, takes about 30 to 45 minutes. During that time, the tiefling is the one in the kitchen who seems to be actually doing a lot of the prep work, and he's kind of corralled a couple of the slightly older, like 12 to 13-year-old kids, and is having them help him.
Naira will basically say, "You want to see something cool?"
I mean, we already did that, miss, but yeah, anything you want to show us.
And she is going to put herself in a corner for about 10 minutes, and she's going to get us some help.
Want to see something cool? Watch as I contact the dead to make this.
Not dead. This is me enslaving magic.
And yeah, they, like, as soon as your unseen servant sort of apparates and begins to assist, they're kind of watch you as you do your chanting and inscribing, with obvious kind of curiosity, no suspicion or worry. The show that you and Uther put on seems to have dispelled any kind of aversion they may have had to an arcane display on your part. And then as soon as your unseen servant starts to actually manipulate things in the kitchen, they just watch agog as the food is prepared in front of them. And he just goes, that is That is a right nice trick, miss. My lady.
Miss is fine. You can call me Miss or you can call me Naira. How's that?
Uh, 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 Naira, right then. Um, yeah. Well, I, w- I wish you could teach that to one of us. That's a right nice trick.
Well, no kidding. In fact, I think this means that I have all the help in here I need. Why don't you go relax until dinner's ready?
Oh, uh, thank you, my lady. Naira, sorry. Yes.
And then she will
And
literally just put the unseen servant to work because she doesn't need to do anything. And she'll be like, all right, chop up the cabbage, please.
Yep. And it does look like it is mostly a vegetable stew. They have a few kind of loaves of not great bread, but pretty much everything else you'll note seems to have been harvested from the fields around
Oh, and I lost all my cured meats and nice cheeses. Damn it.
them. But eventually, the kids are all corralled, chivied into place, plopped in the appropriate chairs, um, and the food is served. But all of them again, excitement erupts once more as the unseen servant starts to bring in these platters of bowls that hover invisibly toward the table. All of the kids just like, oh, as they are provided. And then all of them exploding again with enthusiasm as they taste these sensations, flavorings that have been, none of them have any experience of. As you make the food taste this magically exotic nature, something they've never experienced before. Ajax watches the whole thing with just this smile of relieved bliss. Like, you don't even need to roll an insight check to see it on his face. He just seems so very relieved of a burden that he's been carrying.
Uh,
Uh,
when Naira takes a seat next to Uther on the windowsill over here, she is going to reach into her pocket and take out the silver coin. And fuck it, yeah, she's gonna try and roll it between her fingers, um, which will require a check, which I will fail.
sleight of hand.
Um, but she will sort of raise a curious eyebrow to Uther. God damn it! This is a trick I am learning.
So yeah, you're a little bit kind of like, oh, okay, okay, okay. But you
Watch
get in there.
watching the half elves as you said there was one of the girls that was and then it broke up for me.
Oh yeah, so this girl is a half elf, about 13 years old. Well, for a half elf, maybe a little bit older, possibly about 16 or 17. Probably about 13 or 12 or 13 in human years. Um, she looks. She is standing very obviously and very deliberately next to Ajax. Um, Even when eating, she is kind of pushing her shoulder a little bit into him, staying obvious. She has not quite the same look of exhaustion because children don't wear it in the same way as adults do, but is very obviously also a little bit kind of haunted and tired. Um, since you're paying close attention to her, give me either a nature or arcana check.
Ooh, it's the same, but I'm the nature boy, so let's do this.
Ooh!
Hey,
Yeah.
She is not a half elf. She has the appearance of she's clearly not human, but as you kind of look at her, you are obviously familiar with the markings of specifically elven lineage. And though she has a similar kind of delicacy of feature, the lengthening of the ear, and the kind of willowy frame, the precise manifestation of it in her case is different. This is not a elven child. This is a fey child.
He would just kind of say out towards her with a smirk and a quirked eyebrow in Sylvan. Well, that's something I wasn't expecting.
She looks up at you. Give me an insight check. Naira and Wander, you guys can roll too.
I was gonna
Yay.
say I understood what he just said as well.
Be nice. I don't understand anything. Yeah, insight.
Naira and Uther. She did not understand the words, but the cadence, the rhythm of the speech seemed to resonate with her and catch her attention. You get the impression that she doesn't speak Sylvan, but the language is familiar to her in some way. And she just looks at you and goes, what did you say?
Out of curiosity, would Naira now know what's going on?
Yes, and give me an Arcana check.
Oh, come on.
Okay, yeah. You see this, like, with the clue of his Sylvan speech, you are able to pick up on some of the same kind of markings. And yeah, you understand that this is a Fey child. You're not able to glean any additional information at this point, but yeah, you understand what's going on.
As he would take a moment, pause, shift to something that sounds similar and yet way more functional. And he's going to shift to Elvish. And he's going to say it kind of loud enough that I imagine the kids are kind of half paying attention to me.
Very much so. Oh yeah, they are on tenterhooks in case you're whipping out your guitar again.
And I'll just say in Elvish, if you can understand me, please raise your left hand.
They all just kind of look at you. And she, again, like, she's cocking her head as though she's kind of like she recognizes the sounds that you're making, but doesn't understand the words. And she just, you see her kind of go, as though she's almost kind of trying to remember something. Her lips moving like she's trying to remember something that's just beyond reach, like a song that you haven't heard in years, something like that. It's like,
I would touch my temple and I would send a message and go, wait, are you not aware that you're Fae?
and she looks up at you and she just goes, I'm in kind of caught up in the magic of your spell. She whispered that, and all the kids are immediately like focusing on you. They've seen you kind of manipulate magic and the twinkle of arcane power snapping around your fingers, and they're all watching you to see if more images are about to appear. She just stares back at you and goes, I don't know what that means. Is that why I have dreams?
Uther would kind of do that, lean back for a second, and while doing so, kind of catch Naira up with all that's happened, and he would just then turn and he'd wave his hand for funsies, and he's going to burn.
Her alive with burning hands.
Yes.
This
Sacrifice the
session's about to take a
orphans.
very dark turn.
And he's going to use his universal speech. And for funsies, I'm going to use it on Falco and her. 'Cause- well, and Naira, but Naira can already understand it. And then I will shift into Sylvan. And I'll just say, yes, I imagine that's why you've been having some of the dreams you've been having.
Your words. And everybody seems to have stopped now and is watching the two of you. Ajax, for a moment, looked concerned, but is choosing not to interfere because of the trust that you guys have established at this point. As she looks back at you and answers in common, but says, "Your words. I've heard songs in my sleep. They sound like you. I didn't know what they were."
You're
Is that
ancient and magic, at least your blood is, more than most.
You're
I've got
quite
magic?
you're quite special.
What do you mean?
Have potential. You can, depends on what you do with it. Sometimes an ox just stays an ox in a field and doesn't do anything with it, but you've got many oxen of power. It's not yet tapped, I imagine, but I can. As he gestures, but I can see it.
I can do magic?
Well,
Have you tried?
No, I don't know how.
well, it comes to people in different ways. Some people just wave their hand and it works, and some people have to learn a little bit more about it. But you already know that you can do some things, like your dreams.
Yeah. Ajax at this point just goes, okay, come on, go, eat up, children, eat up. Come on, let's talk in the other room.
By
Here's
the way,
our
Naira
Roden.
was also talking in Sylvan.
Okay. So yeah, Ajax obviously only understands what she is saying because she's replying in common.
Right.
But as she kind of says this thing about the I can do magic, He looks up at Coral and Rojan and just goes, you make sure they finish dinner. Come on, let's talk in the other room." Um, and he takes her hand and leads her into this back room, kind of gestures for you guys to follow. He closes the door behind him, and you guys are in what appears to be a kind of large-ish bedroom, but it also has the look and feel of a kind of living area. Um, there is a set of shelves on against one wall that contains not only a number of books that, on just a precursory examination, some of them are kind of your standard kind of novels and things like that. Most of them actually are either appear to be either kind of school books, focused on teaching like basics about kind of math, reading, things like history, things like that. But in addition to the books, there most of the shelves just have primitive kind of toys that are arrayed on them. You know, the small kind of wooden horses, stuffed animals, things like that. All of them well used and very well loved over a number of years. He leads the girl that you imagine to be Leah over to the bed and kind of sits her down and says, "What? What's going on?"
By the way, to occupy her hands while this is going on, any of the toys that are like broken and in need of repair, she's gonna mend.
Okay. And again, as you're doing this, like he's very obviously never seen this kind of just casual display of arcane prowess before. And he seems to forget his question for a moment the first time you just pick one of these up and just casually like knit the leg of a rocking horse back together. He's just like, what's going? I is it? Did you just fix?
They're good
Fix?
as new.
I what? Uh, Thank you. I uh, little Matthias will be pleased. It's his favorite.
Um, and then she'll basically gesture for him to continue as she does the next one.
Sorry. I mean, what's this about Leah and magic? Are you okay, girl? You're just like, they, I can. I hear songs in my head, in my dreams, but I don't know the words. He can speak the words. He can make me understand them. She says, pointing at Uther.
Uther, who's like turning around as he's prestigiting the couch with kind of that like face. As he seems to be then satisfied, turns around and sits. Well, curious about those dreams. Before we step further, do you happen to know what they're saying, or at least can try and mimic it in the best way you can?
It's it's not those same. It's not the same dreams that I had before. I like the songs. They they make me think of summer. Um,
Even even if you can't remember exactly what they said, do you remember the tune?
oh, they're they're not in the dreams I've been having. The the ones with fire.
Uh, I know. We'll get to those. Let's start with the
Okay,
nice dreams.
okay. And she kind of closes her eyes and folds her hands in front of her and starts to sway a little bit and begins to hum. This quite primitive representation of a tune that rises and falls, a kind of joyful, slow, rolling tune that is in kind of this high melodic note. Uther, you are probably the one who would have the highest chance of this. Give me, you know what? Give me a performance check.
I mean, I did get lost there for anywhere from 8 to 40 years. Who knows? Who's counting in the Fae?
No, it's hard to say. You know,
Just too
if
primitive.
if this was a Fey tune,
Ooh,
it would normally
is
be
there any
rendered
chance I
on
could advantage it
panpipes.
Oh
with
yeah.
my DM inspiration? Or is it
Yes,
too
you
late?
can.
Okay,
No,
okay.
no. I will allow you to reroll with advantage.
God, I had it. Let's see. One more. Come on. Ah, nope. No, not
Yeah.
nothing.
If this was a Fey tune, you would have last heard it rendered by a slew of panpipes being played by fauns. You know,
Can I just see if I can get like a nat 20 and say that it's something I came across at Sorveni? We knew Faye there.
give me a history check.
High AC success.
20? Dirty
Hmm.
20?
It's hard to say for certain, but snatches of it have the ring of a tune that you once learned long, long ago called In the Court of the Summer Queen.
Oh! Would I know it well enough to
With
start
with a
playing it?
dirty 20? Yeah.
And I will go ahead and get out my fiddle and start trying to recreate that.
Give me a performance check.
Oh, come on.
Oh,
Oh, I forgot about my D inspiration.
I allowed him to go after rolling if you want to.
Gotta do better than a fucking 2. Barely.
that's
But
better.
15 is better.
That's 15 is better. Um, with a 15, yeah, you are able to create a certainly more than passable representation of it. And with that, Uther, you know, with now the rising notes of not only the fiddle, but the notes behind it, the accompaniment that her violin summons, the familiar panpipes, the rolling drum beats, begin to recall it to your mind as well. This is a tune of the summer court of the Fae. Not necessarily one that has any special significance. Oh, actually, wait, Naira, roll me one more time because you were using your fiddle. You're muted.
No, sorry. Yeah, I was asking about that because I realized I didn't have to use my D inspiration.
Right. Okay, right. So that's fine. Okay, yeah. So yeah, we can say that that was because yeah, your fiddle does give you advantage on performance checks anyway. So you would not have needed to use your inspiration for that. So you could still have that in your back pocket. But yes, Uther, you do recognize this as well. This is essentially a theme, if you like, that it runs through many of the Fae pieces of Fae, they are lovers of music, performance, art. And this is essentially kind of a what's the word? Leitmotif that evokes the summer court. It is present in a great deal of music and a lot of songs and things like that are associated with that form of fae have that same kind of tempo and rhythm and tune. But there is very little doubt in your mind as Naira picks it up and begins to take over the performance that's what this is referring to.
Anyone else
This
just
girl.
hear? Anyone else just hearing the forest song from Ocarina of Time? Sorry, a song
Knowing
is melody.
this,
Sorry, go ahead.
and is kind of he would get it and send it a message then to Wander, explaining what he understands. As he then both, to Wander and Naira, and be like, what would Titania have interest in this girl for, showing her visions, or is it just her bloodline? Man, a bunch of the gods are starting to step up to the table.
Naira and Uther, if you like. Well, in fact, all three of you, since you're having this kind of conversation, if you like, if you can give me either an Arcana or History check, whichever you prefer.
Ooh, I'm slightly better at history.
Oh,
Hey!
Oh,
yeah!
Hey! Oh, well, there's that.
Hey!
perfect.
I believe that Titania is our neighbor. She is one of the children.
Both Uther and Naira. In fact, Naira, with a 30, you will get something additional that I will bring up after the fact.
Okay.
But Uther
Oh,
and
come on.
Naira,
What do
you
I get?
both.
Blind. You're now blind.
You are enthralled by the performance.
Yes.
You have very little kind of idea of the discussion or the conclusions that are being drawn. You have heard the name Titania being bounced around in your head, and as far as you're concerned, that is the name of the song. Um, Uther and Naira, however, the this song, though it is associated with the summer court, is something that is common enough in Fae performances that are related to that court or that honor that season that it would not necessarily be its presence in her mind and in her dreams and her familiarity with it would most likely be simply a manifestation of Fae blood that was from a Fae that was associated with the season of summer. You would know that Tanya, as a royal, as a royal archfey, if she wanted to tell you something, you would know, even a child. If Tanya had a wish to contact a child, that child would know Tanya's name. That child would know the message.
Gotcha.
The fact that her visions are confused would most likely simply be a manifestation of her Fey blood beginning to make itself known. The natural magic that would bring to her beginning to form a connection to the arcane.
Ah, magic puberty.
Basically, yes.
The worst puberty.
Specifically, with your 30 in Arcana, the idea of dream manifestations, the fact that that is how she has familiarized herself with this tune and with the Sylvan tongue, and then also with the more recent visions that you have heard about and that Ajax has explained to you, you believe you now know the type of Fae that may have been involved in her lineage. You
Yes.
believe that she may be have Yumarai blood in her.
I'm sorry? Yumadai?
I'm going to post a link in general chat, but I will also tell you what Naira knows about these individuals. Well, actually, what I will do is I will post this to you directly. There you go. But Yumarai are essentially members of the Fae that are linked to the realm of dreams. They have the power to not only see, but enter the dreams of others, influence the minds of people that they see in those dreams, and even cause people to have real experiences in the dream world that will then affect them physically in the waking world. Not only their minds and actions and persons, but their bodies in some cases as well, depending on the power of the Yumarai in question. Based on the fact that you got a nat 20, which is totals to 30, for God's sake, you would guess that basically as her Fey blood has begun to manifest, she has begun to gain uncontrolled glimpses into the dreams of others. And that her visions may in fact be glimpses into the dreams of some powerful psyche that has begun to become manifested in this area.
So, not necessarily glimpses into the future, but glimpses into what somebody either is experiencing now or is plotting to experience at some point in the future.
Quite possibly, yes.
Fuck. All right. So Naira is going to. What color are her eyes?
Now that you look at them, they are a almost unnaturally bright amber.
Okay. Not the Fey side of her then.
Actually, quite possibly, yes.
Oh,
The way that they
I'm just reading this description and it says star-like motes of white light dance in its black eyes.
ah
But still very unusual. Um, so likely a
yeah, like they are very clearly not purely human eyes. The brightness of the amber does have this almost kind of glistening effect to it. So yeah, I mean potentially at a manifestation that will come, but at this point, no. Yeah, they are not pure Yamurai.
So Leah, I think now we should probably talk about the dreams that you don't like, the ones you've been having recently. Are you feeling up to telling us about those?
You sort of, it's like, yeah, yeah, I think I can.
And Naira will very quickly cast message to Uther and say, Yumarai. And then she will turn her attention back to Leah and she says, okay, well, we can take this slow and start start with whatever you can remember that you feel like sharing, and if we have specific questions, we'll ask them. Does that sound fair?
She just goes, eh, yeah, sure. Um, well, they they start with me going to sleep. Like I'm I'm in a dream, but in the dream I'm going to sleep. And and while I'm asleep, I can start to see outside of me, and I see a city, and it's on fire.
Can
There's
do you
yeah,
recognize the city? Does have you ever been to Vanya?
a few times, yeah.
Did it did the city look like that?
Sometimes at first, um, but not so much anymore. It looks different. Um, there's different towers, and all the banners and stuff. They're red. They don't have the king's green on them anymore.
Do you do you remember seeing any kind of symbols on those banners?
Um, I, I, I think a flame.
Flame. And what color was it?
It I I don't know. Sometimes it's red. Sometimes it's black. It's usually burning, like for real, not just a symbol. And while it burns, I sleep, and I feel sad and angry, but like I knew it was coming, you know. And then I feel like I should wake up, but I don't. And the fire just keeps burning, and the city it crumbles down, and time. I feel like I should wake up, but I can't. Again and again and again, and I see my bed, but there's trees, and like I want to wake up, but I can't. I'm trapped there as their roots they grow, and the forest is all around me, but I can't wake up. And it just time keeps going and going and going, and the fire burns out, and there's nothing left. But I still can't wake up. And I hear this. I, I feel like it's me shouting, but it's not. It's not me. It's not my voice. But I'm shouting.
What are you shouting?
One sec. Where is it? There. 1 second. Sorry. She doesn't. She seems very hesitant, and when she speaks, it's very clear that she's trying to emulate a voice that is not hers. She goes, Eth- Ethgar Kashalak. Gar Kashalak Gatdanan. I, something like that. There's a lot of it. I don't remember it all.
Does that sound familiar?
Um, give me an insight check. Actually, what languages does everyone speak? Naira, you first. In fact, Naira, I know that you speak the relevant language, so never mind. Wander, what languages do you speak?
Celestial.
Okay, Uther.
I speak all of the languages.
Oh, you still have your? Do you still have your thing up?
I would have gotten it back during short rest. I get a first level.
Ah, okay. Fair enough. Then both of you, please roll me an insight check.
Go,
I'll
himbo
guide one of them.
powers. I
Pick
need
which
it.
one, Wander.
No. I'll pick Naira.
Yes, Naira. Okay.
Oh, you make me sad.
You got it.
Still
You're good.
21. That's not bad.
See?
So, Uther, Naira, these sounds sound familiar, very familiar, but you can't quite decrypt them. Uther, however, with your magical comprehension and additionally your older memories, the intonation that she uses, the pronunciation that she forces on some of these unfamiliar syllables. This is a very, very strange form of Draconic. Nari, you recognize the sounds? It sounds like the syllables of Draconic, but you can't quite understand the words. Just something about the pronunciation, the intonation is very strange to your ears. But Uther, you recognize this as a very archaic form of Draconic. One that modern arcane traditions have kind of evolved to the point where this is almost like the equivalent of kind of an old Anglo-Saxon tongue, where the sounds of it, the syllables of it, are familiar to somebody who speaks English, but it's almost like you're like if you were so drunk you couldn't understand the words. It's almost what it sounds like. And what she is saying is the shelter of Kashalak. The shelter of Kashalak. A prison. I cannot. I cannot.
He'd repeat that to Naira and to Wander through message.
Does that Kashalak name or any of it really mean anything to me?
Give me a history check.
I'm gonna use that de-inspiration.
Okie dokie.
Thank you.
Ooh, 24. So, with the knowledge that this is an archaic form of Draconic, you recall the legends that speak of a time before the founding of the Kalanon Empire, before the first emperor united these lands. An older empire once ruled this place. The Haraktan Empire, from which many say the Harashan coast now draws its name. It was an empire with a K. Or let me actually put it in there. Here we go. It was an ancient empire that exists now only in legends. And was said to be ruled over by a despotic group of Dragonborn before that empire crumbled, being overthrown by an uprising of the human precursors of Calernaum. The name Kashralak specifically does not you don't recognize that name specifically. But the fact the presence of this archaic form of draconic brings to mind that empire and the fact that it is a precursor to the Calernon Empire.
Okie dokie.
The name Kashralak kind of has that. The names that you are familiar with, basically from the legends, have that same kind of intonation. As in, when you hear a name, when we hear a name in the modern world, we can associate it with, for example, the ancient Greek Empire or the ancient Roman Empire, just from the pronunciation and the form of the name. It has that same kind of ring to it.
Tell me something, Leah. Have you ever tried to show anybody else these dreams that you have?
What do you mean, show?
Well,
I've told Ajax about him.
well, I think that you are just a very special little girl. And I think that if you put your mind to it, you could probably have a lot more control over what you see and who you see it with.
Uh, I I can try if you can show me how.
Oh dear. I don't know if I could show you how, to be honest.
With 30 that you rolled earlier, you have a pretty good understanding of how natural magical manifestations can, well, manifest um, in various people. Um, I'd say you would be able to make another Arcana check when the time came to try and help her kind of talk her through what she would need to focus on internally in order to have any, utilize her dream walking abilities more actively.
Question. Is there any chance that I could use Whispers of the Dead to get like advantage on that?
Oh, you know what? Yes, I will allow it.
Woot. Woot. So she'll say, this is a kind of magic that it belongs to you. So it's not something I've been able to study, but I'll help you if I can, I promise. And what I'd like to suggest is if you can find me in your sleep when we sleep tonight, if you can, show me the dreams that you're having. I don't know if you'll be able to, but it sounds like it's worth a shot, right?
Uh, oh, all right, miss. All right, my lady. I'll I'll give it a shot. You really think I can control it? I can do magic?
Oh, I really think that you're going to be able to do so much more than that.
Okay. I'll uh I'll try. And both Uther and Naira, take your inspirations back, because that was phenomenal role playing, guys.
Nice.
Fucking mega mind people. Holy shit. Mark!
God damn, I'm impressed.
The girls
Cool.
having nightmares and they link it to the fucking ancient empires.
Seriously, no, good job, guys. Cool. We're gonna take another quick 5-minute break. I'm gonna nip to the restroom, refill my drink, and then when we return, it will be evening. The kids will be bedding down for the night, and we shall see what we shall see.
Question, real quick. Real quick question. For the
Yeah.
purposes of. It's 4 p.m. And.
At this point, it's gotten on a little bit. Like you arrived at the farmstead at about 4 p.m. Or well, yeah, like 3:30, 4 p.m.
Hmm.
So at this point, you've prepared the meal, you've eaten, you've talked to her for a little while, so it's probably getting on toward like 5:30.
Oh, okay, cool. That's all I wanted to know.
Okay,
Well,
cool.
yeah, you said.
So
I
yeah,
think you said preparing the meal was like almost an hour in and of itself.
exactly, yeah.
Cool. I only wanted it's a long.
You cut
Oh,
out.
you cut out.
It's fine. It was spell things. It was cleric things. You wouldn't understand.
Fair enough. Okay, cool. 5 minutes. Back in a tick.
Oh,
Okay, so the evening wears on. Uh, the kids, having eaten their meal, disperse to finish up what remains of any chores that they have to do around the farmstead. It seems like all of them, even most of the younger ones, are used to participating in the management and maintenance of the farmstead. You see them kind of helping to chivvy some pigs and cows and the like back into barns, um, seeing to the crops, going around and making sure that everything's taken care of with the fields and everything like that. Um, Fetching some water from the well, things like that. Just all the taking care of the last kind of bits and pieces that are part of farmstead life as the evening wears on. Uh, as it does, eventually, Coral and Rojan, the two eldest teenagers, as the sun begins to dip below the horizon, shepherd the kids back off to their beds in the what seems to be the main dormitory over there. Um, you notice that in at least a couple of cases, it looks like some of the younger kids are having to double up in some of the beds. Um, and you also see that Coral, for his part, the human with the milky eye, after he's seen most of the kids to bed, he actually leaves to go and, you assume, spend the night in one of the barns. Um, Rojan comes in and seems to be as though he's used to sleeping on the couch in Ajax's room, the beds left for the younger children. Um, Leia, for her part, actually, as kind of the bedtime ritual starts to progress, and people start to go through that process, she has a quiet conversation with Ajax, who kind of puts his hand on her shoulder and nods. And he says, Leia's going to be sleeping in here. We don't have beds, but well, obviously the barns are warm and dry, and we keep them clean. I promise. But you said that you could, you know, make yourselves. I mean, anything that we can help to do to make you comfortable.
Do I have any reason to believe that proximity would make this easier?
Um, Potentially, yes.
Naira will basically look at Uther and say, "You think you can make us a tiny hut right out here?"
Oh, most certainly I can.
And Ajax just goes, you're gonna make a hut, like conjure a building?
Oh no, it's nothing so spectacular.
But you can try and break it with the hammer all you want. You'll see.
Okay. And he sort of reaches down and squeezes Alea's hand and just goes, "Don't worry, I'll be right here tonight, and they'll be here too. So you can try and talk to Naira in your dreams, okay?"
Do
And
you
she
know?
looks up at you. "Mm,
Do you know
Go on."
what Midnight calls me?
And she goes, "You're a dreamer, right?"
I am indeed. I'm Dreamer. So I'm gonna make this real easy for you, okay?
Okay. And what are you doing?
We're leaving, I assume. I was just
Okay.
making the connection to the fact that she's gonna do something in her dream in my name.
Got it. Okay. Give me a Arcana check.
Is this the one that you told me I was gonna make?
Yes. Basically, to try and kind of guide her through how to connect with and purposefully control her power.
Oh my god. Do I still have your guidance, Wander?
Yeah, you didn't use it before, so I'll say you can use it for this.
Oh my god.
19's still not bad.
For
So
Naira?
you kind of talk her through what you know of how these kinds of innate powers manifest and how she can kind of try and take more purposeful control of it. Talk her through some kind of mental exercises that she can kind of move through once she becomes aware of what's happening, to seek you out and find you. Tell her specifically something that you like, basically give her your kind of mental signature to search for, making the connection with your name, Dreamer, and your nature there. Uh, and help her in that way. Wander, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back. Hello.
Okay.
What have I missed? Who's died? Who's lived?
Well,
No
you
one
are now
yet.
possessed by Asmodeus.
Damn it. Well, happened sooner than I thought, but
But she seems to kind of take in your advice. You see the spark of recognition in her eyes as you talk about some of the feelings that she may have and some of the things that she can kind of try and do and the like mental triggers that she can set for herself. And as you kind of finish this, she seems a little more confident. She goes, "Okay, I'll look for you, dreamer. Um, good night."
Good night.
And with that, the well, at least Uther and Naira head out. Do you want me to just
In
skydaddy you over there?
fact, yeah, the last thing that
Boop.
Naira says to Leah is, hold on one sec while I pull this up. Doesn't want to let me open this. I think it's Denim Solus, I think.
Okay. You're speaking in Tabaxi to her?
Yes.
Okay. She doesn't seem to immediately understand what you've said,
Solus Denim
but
is
okay. But she goes, "Oh, uh, Midnight talks like that sometimes too. Is that is that Tabaxi?"
uh yeah, something like, yeah.
Well, uh, Denim Solus.
Solus Denim.
Right. Um, okay.
It means dream
Uh,
happy.
I hope I do. Wander, what are you doing? Are you just kind of hovering awkwardly, or?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I am. Unless something happened where I was not here and situation has changed, I was gonna stay with her so fucking Ajax could get some sleep.
Okay. Well, Ajax looks like this is kind of his bed, and he's planning on just sort of sleeping here. He doffs the heavy chainmail that he wears as a guard, and just kind of seems to like throws it into the storage closet there, and seems to be kind of getting ready to sleep in the room. And he just goes, and as I said, one of the older boys seems to be stretching out on the couch. He kind of looks at you and goes, are you going to sleep with your companions?
Yes, right. And then I yell, Sky Daddy!
Okie doke.
I will utter a prayer and teleport out of the room directly outside the window. It's a really short range teleport.
So Uther, I assume you are setting up a Leoman's tiny hut.
Takes me 10 minutes as I strum my fireside guitar song, and then it'll pop up just outside.
Okay. The strains of your kind of fireside nighttime tune as the sun dips down below the horizon. You hope that they help the children inside drift off toward their own sleep. One in particular, just the other side of the wall from you guys, as your hut, the force field of it, manifests out from the wall, a shimmer of grey stone brick billowing out around you guys and enclosing you in its protective field. As you all are within the hut and are ready for bed. Is there anything that you guys want to do before you go to sleep yourselves?
Sure.
Okay, what are you up to?
Just because it's it's bedtime. Probably not gonna get jumped in the middle of sleep. We'll be fine, right? I'll use my 4th level spell slot to cast Sending to Loriam and let him know the situation.
Got it. Okay.
I can type it to you, or I can just say it's essentially just where we are. That's really all it is.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I'll say you can kind of give a very good impression of that within 20 words. And basically you receive back a confirmation that he's received it.
Good.
And with that, the strains of Uther's guitar fading out into the twilight around you, night descends, and you all begin to drift off to sleep. Okay.
Hmm. Hmm.
Naira, you fall asleep quite quickly next to your husband in the safe confines of this spell. And very quickly after you fall asleep, you become aware that you are dreaming. One sec, sorry, the pups need to be let out.
It's all good.
You become aware that you're dreaming. This void around you, as though it were waiting for shape and vision and form to be impressed upon it. You hear inside it Leah's voice. Dreamer,
Leah,
Dreamer, I can see you.
I'm gonna look around. Can I see her?
Yes, you see her looking at you from a little distance off. She seems as though she's staring through something to see you. Her eyes have kind of a faraway look in them.
Oh my goodness. Leah, I'm so proud of you. This is the first time you've ever tried to do this, right?
Yeah, I I can see the other dream again.
I'm going to approach her.
As you do, the void takes shape around you, as though the closer you step to her, the more the mist around you fades, the more the form that you can see starts to, or the more kind of the what she can see becoming impressed on your own psyche. You see a chamber, and in that way of dreams, you are both outside the chamber and looking into it, and in the chamber, in the large bed that dominates it. The bed and the walls of the chamber are carved heavily with runes that glow faintly against the dark stone. The runes are familiar. You feel a sense of almost ownership of them. And they glow faintly as you lay back in the bed and your eyes close. As you sleep in the bed, you are above it, looking out over the Harashan coast. You know these lands, but they're not the lands that Naira knows. Different names, strange towns, roads that you don't recognize, cities that aren't there float through your mind. A landscape that is at once familiar and alien. And fire, war, the specters of them, you knew they were there. They rage around you as you sleep, consuming the cities one by one, armies clashing in the spaces between them, against the walls, siege engines hurling flame and smoke choking the streets. Over and over again, back and forth, sweeping over and across, a war consumes the land, and you sleep on. And on. The war fades. Time moves on. And you feel a stab of fear. The war is over. You should have awoken. The time to awaken has passed. Dawn after dawn after dawn has passed, not just of the day, but of conflict. The night of war has passed. You were supposed to awaken. Why haven't you awoken? You're still there, in your bed. You sleep, and you sleep, and you sleep as smoke clears and rubble is left in its wake. And you want to wake up, but you can't. And all that is left, over and over, is the fire, the war raging on, growing smaller and smaller and smaller as the armies exhaust themselves, turn into war bands, then into bandit camps at each other's throats, fighting over scraps. And you should be there for this. You should be stepping out among them, over them. But you can't. You sleep. And you sleep. And gradually, fog, the void, rolls back in. And Leah is looking up at you. And she says, "It's always like that. I I want to stop it, but I can't wake up. I don't know what it is."
It's all right. That's that's not something that we can control. We can just learn from it.
You learn something from it?
I'm not sure yet. How big is this bed, by the way?
The bed that you saw in the dream?
Yeah.
It is a grand four-poster, but it seemed rather oversized, as though it were made for somebody with a frame almost Lorium-esque in stature. And even for somebody of Lorium's stature, it would be a big, grand, comfortable bed.
Right. Was there any? What did the room that this bed was in look like?
Um, dark stone walls lined with runes carved into them. The runes seem to be arcane in nature, but because you were seeing them through Leia's eyes, like she did not understand them, and therefore neither did you. They had a sense of familiarity and ownership, as though you ought to not only understand them, but know them intimately, as a maker knows their work. But because you were seeing them through her eyes, it was difficult to pinpoint.
Oh, so no Arcana check, not even a disadvantage?
Um, go ahead. Yeah, roll me an Arcana at disadvantage.
Fuck.
No, yeah, hard to say what they were. But go ahead and roll me a cartography check at advantage.
Mm, 24.
Based on where you were standing, the kind of awareness that you had of the geography around you, despite how alien it was to Naira, you were able to see enough of a familiarity that even though things have clearly changed over time, you believe you have a
I,
pretty good idea of where this chamber is.
oh?
Uh, Not very far away from the farmstead, possibly only a couple of hours south.
Oh.
In fact, with a 24, yeah, you're pretty sure this vision, this chamber, whatever it is probably about 10 or 12 miles south of the farm.
And Ira will just say to Leah, "You've done such a good job."
Okay. Thank you, miss. I uh, I didn't know I could do this.
I bet there's
Will
a
I be able
lot
to do it again?
it's yours to control. And the more you
Okay.
practice, the better you'll get. Um, Out of curiosity, looking at this Yumarai
hmm
stuff, do I know about the other things that she might be able to do, like the psychic lash?
Um, what did you roll for your Arcana? You got like a
That was a 30.
30 or something,
Yeah.
didn't it? Yeah. So, yes, I will say so. And in fact, looking at her in this dream realm, looking at her eyes specifically, you now see what you were looking for in the waking realm. Her eyes are jet black with points of light twinkling in them as she stares up at you.
So then I know that message, for example, would be something that she was innately good at.
Quite probably, yes. I mean, she is only half-blooded, so you don't know if it would be as natural to her as it would be for a full-blooded. But yes, there would definitely be an affinity.
So then, what I will do while we're in this dream world is I will say, I think that you're capable of a lot more than you think. And she will do that with message, um, and basically tell her to follow my movements as I do it to feel if anything clicks.
Okay. Uh, Give me either an Arcana or Persuasion roll.
Well, Arcana, because I think Arcana is literally my best. Yeah. Come on, over a 1, please. Thank you.
um, again, as you show her what to do, her hands and lips move similarly to when Uther spoke Sylvan to her. She's not there yet. She doesn't kind of understand precisely, but a little bit of her, whatever innate magic she owns, begins to surface. And that is how you will spend the rest of the night as your dreams move on.
Did I successfully get her to cast message?
It's hard to tell in a dream. It's like as cognizant and aware as you are still in not only a dream, but her dream. So it's difficult to tell what is simply the connection that she has established between your dreaming minds and what may be an actual arcane performance on her part. There is very clearly a exchange of words and arcane understanding, but it's hard to tell if she would be able to emulate that in the waking world.
All right.
Okay. But the morning comes, and yes, everybody go ahead and take your long rest.
Yes.
The morning comes, and Naira, you awaken and immediately are able to pull out the maps that you have of the Harashan coast and the area around Vanya. And with the awareness that you had in the dream of the landscape laid out around the chamber and around you as you stood inside it, are able to point there, an area of broken land just a little way south of the farm itself. That is where you were in the dream.
Cool, cool, cool.
So, the day dawns, bright and early. Cock crows with the dawn, and with it you hear the house begin to stir, the sound of children's voices calling to each other. Um, one of the older teens emerges from here, staring in puzzlement and astonishment at this dome that has grown off the side of the house, before just seeming to accept it as a symptom of the new reality that they all live in, that they got magic folk among them.
Throw a rock
Before
at it. It's really cool. Go ahead. I won't be mad. Go for it.
Do you actually say this to him as he crosses the field?
Yeah, as I just kind of see him like do that, like stop and stare at it.
He's just like, I mean, fuck yeah, I'm not gonna. He seems to kind of wait for a moment and then just kind of shrug and go, "Yep, nope, there's no way I'm not doing this." And yeah, he picks up a rock, wangs it at the force field,
As
or
it
at least
hits
me.
off, it'll just ricochet off. But you'll hear as I let out a screaming sound. Ah! No! Ah! No, I'm just
Oh
kidding.
He's like,
No,
"God,
no.
I'm just it's fine. It's magic. It's cool. We're
uh,
fine.
right, oh, okay, um, flee." He just runs for the house.
And thus we
Uther, you're gonna
created our own
traumatize
villain.
that. Yeah, you're gonna traumatize that poor child.
Nah, he'll never forget that. We're good.
um. So, Wander, are you out here too?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that was interesting. And then I will tell them about the everything that I saw. And I will marvel at that little girl's natural talents. Like the fact that I only had to tell her how to do this once, and there she was, just leading me through a dream. It was insane. Um, but yeah, telling you
Good
guys.
teacher.
um, yeah. They she'll go off and tell you about all the stuff that she experienced while in the dream, and finish it with and here's the thing. I think I know where the cave is. I'm pretty sure I know the only place that you could get a view like that.
We should wait for the others.
Well, on the one hand, yes, but on the other hand, these dreams are tormenting that poor girl. The longer we wait, the more suffering she endures.
One more day? He poses as a question.
Well, Andrew, um,
Yes.
uh, does Leah seem like she is like suffering from lack of sleep or anything like that? Like she's not getting a full night's rest.
Um, yes, you get the impression that your presence and the control that you kind of gave her over it, that was, despite everything that happened, last night was probably the best night's sleep this girl's had in a while.
Well, I'm sure Uther felt me tossing and turning all night, and I'm a big girl who's not really afraid of dreams. I don't. She's exhausted. I don't know how many more nights she can go without sleep, without proper sleep.
Will it be dangerous?
Will what be dangerous?
Leaving without them?
Well, I mean, it could be, but I mean, most days we're going to get up and face danger, Wander. What do you think, Uther?
He's still sleeping.
Honey, wake up.
Perhaps Mick is being a problem again?
The lack of sound would indicate, yeah, all signs point to yes.
All signs point to
I
Mick.
imagine
Oh!
that's when you just see Uther in the background, just with his blasting rod out, chasing a bee.
It's a very serious conversation, just putting a butterfly in a jar.
I think Wanderer, it might just be a cave. I mean, with our luck, it's probably not. As he rolls his eyes, but it could be. And
Well,
I mean, we are capable, but I can sense not wanting to leave them.
I
We
th-
could inform them where the cave is and have them meet us there.
and I could be wrong, but I think whatever's inside the cave, I think it's still asleep. I think it's dormant. This might be a good time to investigate without as many very loud and big things.
He looks genuinely offended at
I said as many. You can definitely still come.
that. Single tear down one cheek.
Oh no, I've made him cry. He's now physically capable of crying because of me.
It's canon now. Look what you've done. Hmm. Then, when will we go?
Right now.
Cut to epic action montage over a forest and
Yeah,
a jungle
away.
and a swamp and a beach for some reason.
Well, actually,
I mean,
Uther,
hmm?
I was wondering if probably not right now, but when we come back here, do you think you can show Leah how to do that amazing image thing that you do? I think I think she's gonna have an affinity toward that particular spell, and I would love to see if we could get her to use it.
Sure. I think. I
I
mean, you mean the smaller one, right? Not the big
no
one. That's kind
no
of a little bit more complex.
yeah I know I it's got to do with how she can sort of spontaneously create dream situations as well. It's part of who she is. I do mean the bigger one.
All right, let's do this right now then.
Well, as you guys are kind of having this discussion, Ajax appears around the side of the house, um, and it's just like, uh, good morning. Um, Leah she was doing better than she has in a while this morning. I don't know what you did, but she said did she really speak to you? He says, looking at you, Naira.
Yes, she did. She's a remarkable young woman.
Wow, I I had no idea. Um, can, will you? Is there anything to it then? Did you figure out what's going on?
Not quite. But we do have a lead. Um, that we're gonna go investigate.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you very much. What, is there anything I can do to help?
Yeah, get Leah. We need to try something real quick,
Oh, aye, sure.
as well as the
And
kids. They'll probably want to see it. As he
Oh,
then pauses. Wait, we might need to. Not need to. Nara, do you mind if I dance with her? Faye. It's kind of a way they move with music.
oh no,
It can help her work the spell, I think.
of course. No, the only thing is, please don't bring other children. That will add a lot of pressure.
He studies you for a moment and goes, that's the point.
You don't, for all of your experience, you don't know women very well.
I think that she's much stronger than she believes she is. And with a little bit of opportunity and being led, I think she'll shine rather brightly. As he winks at you and goes, and I think I know women just fine. Look at you here.
And then she will just sit back and say, "Well, I have said my piece."
He turns and then sends uh, the good half orc off and make the way out front.
Okay. Yeah, by the time you get back out to the front of the house, all of the kids seem like they've piled out. Some of them have got like little bits of porridge still on their face. They were evidently having breakfast when the news came that there was to be a performance of some kind. Leah is there standing somewhat nervously beside Ajax, looking around at everybody as you guys approach. Ajax has kind of got his hands around her. It's just like, it's all right. It's all right. He's like, what's what do you need?
Leah, as he would like straighten himself up and put his hands out, gesturing as though for a dance. We're going to teach you a spell.
Would it
I
would it help if I played that Sylvan song again?
Are you asking Leah?
I'm asking Uther.
He would look and go, and then pause, looking towards Leah as he'd say, do you have something you're really fond of? Something you really love? I'm
I
sure Naira will know how to play it.
I don't get to hear a lot of music.
Then Naira, yours.
All right. I'm gonna spend that. Thank God.
You feel like rooting for me, darling? And he'll give you a wink.
And she will say, "There's no one I have more faith in, Diamond."
Oh, suddenly I'm inspired. As he smiles, he'll then turn towards Leah, extending his hands out.
She sort of steps out very timidly, kind of looking around her at the other children and at Ajax before just sort of stepping forward and taking your hand.
Think of it more like singing over a beat of a drum. I'll be laying out the basics. I want you to try and add accents, flourishes to it. I think you'll be able to move along. I've dealt with Faye before, and this seems to come naturally to them. As he'll turn towards Naira and nod.
And Naira is playing a sort of song that she knows from an opera dedicated to Titania and the Summer Court.
Okay. The theme that she was humming features heavily in this song. And yeah, you are able with a 19 to do a very, in fact, oh yeah, you did roll with advantage. Cool. Oh, and in fact, you didn't need to use your inspiration on that because you were playing your fiddle, correct?
Yes, I gave myself my inspiration back when I
Okay,
remembered.
good. Good, good. So yeah, as you play, the children again watch in astonishment as from the air around you, this accompaniment begins to grow and grow. Um, wind coming in beneath the strings, the ethereal voices chanting in Sylvan coming in again and again. And Uther, you cast your image as you pick up Leah and begin to waltz around within the confines of the spell. What is your image?
I would try and remember and draw back upon my histories and pull the most kind of elaborate courtyard, but make it that small center, beautiful mosaic piece of a opened rose beneath, and fill the rest of it with that ostentatiously done fey flower work and stoneworking and cuttings of the plants all around, and dance as with the movements I would have it like roll off of us with the music, and see if she could begin to flourish into it and move with the music as I'd spin her in and out.
Nice. Proud of you.
As you waltz with this young girl, you see her becoming consumed by the music, the movement, the images around her. And as you do, you watch the shimmering in her amber eyes growing brighter. And with that brightness of the speckles in her eyes, the background darkens. And as you waltz on and on, it is only a few minutes before you are looking into the eyes of a Yamurai, no longer simply a young girl. And as she moves with you, you feel magic beginning to intertwine with your own. The courtyard around you, wisps of leaves carried by a summer breeze, petals floating in the wind, swirling around with the movement, the unmistakable signature of Fey magic beginning to permeate your spell. As over the next few minutes, you watch the innate magic of this young girl being brought more and more to the fore as the combination of Naira's music and your magic brings out her nature. The children, the rest of them, watching in astonishment at this spectacle. They obviously cannot tell what is you and what is her as this image continues and changes and grows around you. Before very long, you are unmistakably no longer simply in a courtyard, but in a summer garden in full bloom. And as the spell begins to come to an end, you feel the magic continuing it on for another few moments, her own magic sustaining it, not her own spell, but the intertwining of her magic with yours, letting it continue on for a few moments longer than it otherwise would. And as it comes to an end, and you place her back down on the ground and the dance stops, she looks up at you and then at Naira with this massive smile on her face. And she says, I understood the song. It was summer, right?
And Naira's just clapping. She's just,
Uther
yes.
would nod as he would say, "It seems you are remembering." As he would say it in Sylvan.
She still doesn't seem to like fully understand. She doesn't speak the words, but she nonetheless kind of seems to grasp your meaning. And her smile just widens for a bit. She looks up at you and goes, "Thank you." And Naira, she kind of bows to you a little bit and goes, "Thank you for helping me."
Well, I'm glad that it was helpful. You
Are you
have
gonna?
you
Sorry,
have
go on.
such talent, Leah.
Thank you. Are you Are you gonna go and find the dream?
I'll see what I can do.
Okay. Um, I I've got to go. I've got to go have breakfast now. She kind of bobs a little curtsy and then just runs back inside, and all the children flock in after her. There's just this amazed, excited chatter of voices rising.
And
As one of
Naira's going to approach Ajax. Go ahead, finish what you were going to say.
just to say, one of the older, the human teenager, goes in whilst the tiefling and Ajax are both standing outside, staring at the two of you in this bewildered astonishment.
Now that she knows she can do that, she is gonna be trying to do that a lot, and it will just take a lot out of her, especially since she hasn't been sleeping well. So try and make sure that she paces herself and really only tries for maybe an hour a day. Like once she gets an image going, make sure that she rests and takes it in, and then tries again the next day. Do you think you can do that?
Like Ajax just kind of looks over at the teenager who looks back at him, and they're both just like, yeah, I mean, we'll look after her for sure.
Great.
Is she really Fae? Like a fairy?
Something like, yeah, she really is. And
Wow.
I think quite a powerful one at that.
Oh, well. It's a good job she's a nice girl then.
Well, it's a good job that she's had someone to help instill in her some good values.
Well, thank you. Do you need anything? Some breakfast? I mean, it's just oatmeal, but
Oh no. Nobody else is going to say anything, so Naira will continue and just say, no, thank you, that's not necessary. We've got rations for the road.
I still don't
uh,
eat.
he goes, right. Oh well,
But do you
I've
have
got
any
the day.
milk?
He goes, yeah, yeah, yeah. We've got a couple of cows, so we always have some. Do you want some?
No, I was just kidding. Thank you.
No, she was just
Right.
wanted to look.
He
It's always fun
goes,
to crush him.
he goes, right. Well, they I've got to go back to the city tomorrow, but well, if you need me, you'll be able to reach me or leave me a message at least at the Watchful Keep. Um, The captain on duty will be able to get whatever you need to me. But otherwise, I'm gonna be here all day if you need anything.
Okay, well, as far as I know, we should actually be traveling only about 12 miles or so. It was 12 miles, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we should 12 miles out and 12 miles back. We might be able to come back tonight.
Oh, well, I I hope you'll come back with good news then. Be safe, all of you, right? Um, I wouldn't want anything to happen to Midnight's friends.
You're fine.
Okay. So, with that, him and Rojan head inside. You hear the sounds of, excited children and a few older voices trying to corral and chivvy them into some semblance of order with limited success, as is usual when kids are that excited. Uh, and you guys are left outside.
For the purposes of using the,
You cut out.
I see this. This makes me sad. I'm gonna use my my ability that I have. This thing. To give Naira a +1 crossbow.
Okay.
And I did that as we were walking around. I DM'd her. I didn't want to interrupt anyone for something like that.
Okay, no, that's cool.
She's got a little magic crossbow until I die, and then it's just normal again.
Please don't die.
Well, yeah, now you don't want me to die.
No, I never want you to die. That's been a constant theme with Naira.
But okay. So Naira, you now see along the kind of sides of your crossbow the same kind of inlaid seams that cross Wander's body now seem to be kind of overlaid into the wood and scroll work and stock of your crossbow. And you guys are left to your own devices. Is there anything that you guys are going to do, or are you just going to mount up and head for the X on the map?
I mean, I have
Suppose
a
it's time
ration.
to. Boy, this is gonna go great for us. I hope we get jumped on the road and robbed.
Mount up. And yeah, just start heading there, eating some nuts on the road. And I would look at Wander and I'd go, you know, there's like one hand where it's kind of nice that you don't have to eat. I mean, just functionally. But on the other hand, there really is something enjoyable about it. You seem to get something from the milk, which is understandable because milk is amazing. But
I'm so glad we're fixated on the milk. Out of all the drinks, I'm so glad it's milk.
me too. Do you think it's something that you could, I don't know, modify yourself? Does that seem too much? I'm not trying to seem rude. It's just I've kind of got like a meat body and things are kind of fixed where they are. But with you, with your stone body, I don't know if modifications would be entirely out of that realm. And if you could get some sort of pleasure from food, I think it could be nice.
we should
I mean,
make we should make him a slow cooked prime rib.
As Wander pulls out the kitchen utensils from his bag. Just like, I've always been making food. What do you mean? All the food we've eaten at campsites, all the
Laced
rations
with
prepared.
LSD.
Oh, of course. He didn't eat the entire mushroom.
Cut
Oh
to
no.
3 people on Route 66, all just like ah.
You can't stop here. This is frog country.
I need a band-aid.
Oh,
Hmm?
I
Oh no.
sliced open my thumb when I was cooking, and I
Oh.
should have gotten some stitches probably. But you remember what I said about needles.
Have you considered the old cauterize on the top of the stove technique?
So I've done it a bunch and even have had like dogs tear each other open in fights, and you're just like shit kind of thing. Uh the Vietnam trick is super glue.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. It's such a
And it
weird
really
thing.
works. You can just pinch it together.
Whew.
it's not quite that to that level yet.
Mm.
Just a
Ah,
plaster generally does the trick.
Well, like I said, you could just do a saw, a little bit of cauterizing, it'll be gone.
I mean, that sounds like a good idea. Andrew,
Yeah.
heat up the stove. Better than a needle is all I'm saying.
I'm so ready
So,
for this cave encounter with an ancient dragon.
Actual
uh,
Tiamat.
Yeah.
so you guys mount up and head off into the south, away from the farm, deeper away from Vanya. The country becomes wilder as you travel.
For the purposes of me preparing spells, can we say that like I don't just wake up with spells prepared and that we have like a minute or two to talk about shit?
Oh yes, no. Like when I assume that the 8 hours of like a long rest is like I assume that's about like six and a half to 7 hours of sleep, and then there's at least 30 minutes on either end of setting up camp, eating, waking up, saying your morning prayers or meditations or whatever. And so yes, in that you can absolutely have some discussions about specific spells or anything like that.
Awesome. No
Um,
discussions were had this time. Now I had to sleep.
Um, but as you guys travel away, the ground gradually becomes wilder. Pastures give way to meadows, hedgerows give way to copses of trees, and wild undergrowth. And in the distance, as you approach, growing as you get closer and closer, a selection of broken hills and particularly wild scrubland seems to be the most likely destination based on your understanding of the layout and the ground around you. And as to what you shall find in that broken area of land, we will find out tomorrow. Because I think that's a good place to end it for tonight.
Yeah.
So,
Did
not
anyone ever
action
give up?
packed, but great job with Leia, guys. I was not expecting you to be able to delve that deep.
That was plenty of action. My God, so many performances.
Mm. No, good job, good job. I mean, yeah, rolls weren't to the level where they usually were, but goddamn, those two nat 20s on the checks
And don't
to
forget my net one.
identify her. that was a particularly special nat one too, especially in contrast. Like Naira rolled a 30, Wanda rolled a 2.
Nat
Get some
20,
respect
nat
on my
20,
name.
nat 1.
I love, yeah, and I love that we were in sync. Like, we were feeding off each other's success.
Mm. Yeah, no, the synergy there, I had to give you guys as much as I did because I was like, no, they rolled two nat 20s. I've got to give them this. Like, regardless of what I
Okay.
was planning.
So say goodnight, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Good night,
Good night,
And yeah,
folks.
so we'll start tomorrow, 7 p.m. Pacific, or not Pacific, Eastern. There we go. Wow.
Perfect.
So yeah, yeah, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. Same time that we normally start Curse of Strahd. I shall see you chaps tomorrow.